It is round one of the CWI 4-day championship. This is the beautiful, now a bit overcast Warner Park in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. But I'm told by the locals, don't worry too much about those clouds. They are blowing the opposite direction. We're not going to have any interruption. Of course, this encounter, the first game, at Warner Park in this round, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the West Indies Academy. Joshua James is in and bowling at Jemma Hamilton. Karima Gore stands at the non-strikers, and the Leeward Islands in a spot of bother within this first hour of this 4-day championship match. Of course, at the toss of the academy, Won and Naim Young, the skipper, chose to have a bowl first, and in bowling first, he himself has picked up 2 wickets already for the morning. Joshua Grant and Kofi James, and Michael Louis going to Johan Lane. Joshua James, Naim Young, in fact, bowling 4 overs already for the morning, 2 for 23, and Johan Lane, 5 overs, 1 for 6. That's 3 maidens to Johan Lane and 1 to Naim Young. So some good steady bowling by the West Indies Academy, and a bit of indifferent batting. Of course, it is a 4-day game, and lots of time for these batters. Shot through the covers, and it's going to race away now into the boundary. So amidst the loss of 3 early wickets, Jemma Hamilton and Karima Gore are just starting to free their arms. Karima Gore has moved on to 15 from just 22 deliveries, and Jemma Hamilton already on 9. In fact, Jemma Hamilton has moved on to 13. And I'm joined alongside me for this first encounter here at Warner Park between the Academy and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes by Mr. Earl Smithen. Before I bring in Earl, just to let you know, our match officials today, this one on a good length from Joshua James, catching Jemma Hamilton jumping. Our match referee is none other than Mr. Rian King. Our on-field umpires, Mr. Dinesh Ramdani, standing at square leg presently. Sean Crawford with his back to us. And Bernard Joseph is our 4th official. And a very pleasant good morning to you, Earl.
Good morning, Gerard. And we have seen in this over so far a typical Jemma Hamilton shot through cover point for 4. Really flashy shot indeed, and when he plays that shot, he plays it with some extravagance. And these two looking to stage a bit of recovery for the Leeward Islands, who were inserted earlier on. But as we look out, I know you said a little earlier that according to local sources, there would be no rain. I do not anticipate any, but at the moment, but the weather seems to be changing a bit. Sometimes the rain has a tendency to come in from off the sea, so we are hoping that we get a full day's play. Of course, we would have had some lost in time earlier on, but I suspect that would be made up a little earlier on during the course of the day. Well,
what I didn't tell the listening and viewing public is that one of the locals who told me don't bother with the overcast conditions is Mr. Smith himself. And I have no choice but to trust your instinct. Of course, after 10 overs in the innings, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have progressed to 33 for 3. There's that number again, number synonymous with the universe boss himself, 333. And it's going to be young Bishop, not Ian, but Joshua Bishop, who's going to take up the attack from the far end with a silly point in place. Akim Ogis is still at first slip. This one right up under the bat.
Yes, the first sight of spin this morning, of course, the West Indies Academy inserted the Leewards, and they were successful in picking up some 3 wickets. As we see a quick single here being taken.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Naeem Young has made the right call to go to his spinner. And this is nothing against Joshua Bishop. We do know of his exploits coming through the age group cricket across the Caribbean, and he is more than capable of a bowler. But given as you would see the surface, quite a lot of grass on it, and there has been something for the seamers this morning, in particular Johan Lane and Naeem Young themselves. This one beaten outside that off stump. Coming forward is Jamal Hamilton, but I thought maybe just a couple more overs of a seam bowling just to extract any of that movement. Cut away! And it's going to pass between that fielder at a backward point and the fielder at gully and into the boundary. And Jamal Hamilton getting into his work here. I thought probably just another over or two of seam.
Well, I certainly would agree with you, Gerard, on that. My first thought when I saw the spin bowler coming out into the attack was that, why not give one of your fast bowlers another dart at the batters with the overcast conditions and the track seeming a bit. I would have thought that he would have persisted with one of his fast bowlers, but Ned not allowing 4 runs, not stopping one out there at cover, and Hamilton picking up 4. He'll pick up another one here.
Yeah, swept away nicely. Naeem Young, in fact, Joshua Bishop, I beg your pardon, not getting his radar right. He's been a bit too short in this over and was cut away for a boundary. This time he's straight down that leg side and allowed Jamal Hamilton just to come forward, bend the knee and bring the hands through, play a nice comfortable sweep shot for another boundary. And at the end of another over, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes have progressed to 42 for 3. Of course, in this academy team, we speak about the fast bowlers. Kadeem Allen is in this team. Rashawn Worrell, two seamers, along with Naeem Young, the captain himself. Joshua James, who now has a ball in hand from the commentary booth end. There is Kelvin Pittman and Ramon Simmons, but both missing out today. And, of course, Johan Lane, this one driven straight into the hands of that fielder at point. So they do have a cadre of seam bowling options. So it's a little bit of a wonder why Naeem Young would have gone to his spinner so early. We're still inside of that first hour of play. We haven't had the first drinks break just yet. Of course, we started just a tad late. We started at 10:30, half an hour later than the scheduled start time. But within the first hour, going to that spinner.
And you would expect that, having won the toss and inserted the Leewards, he would have been thinking that this is an ideal track for his fast bowlers to bowl, and so he would give them every opportunity to extract whatever assistance they could from this pitch. And I totally agree with you. I think he opted to go for a spinner a bit too early.
I'll tell you something. We may sit up here in the nice AC and talk about it and bet you the next over Joshua Bishop picks up a wicket, but it's Joshua James now. This one lifting delivery outside that off stump, and young wicketkeeper Tuckett, Carlon Bowen Tuckett, whose dad you were telling me played for the Leewards. West Indies, in fact.
For the West Indies also.
I know him now as an umpire, as a match official.
Yes, Carl Tuckett. He does a bit of preaching too. Born again Christian, good friend of mine.
Joshua James again, another lifting delivery. And this is one of the things we're going to see from Joshua James is that ball that's going to lift because he is a tall lad. And on this occasion, with that breeze coming west to east, he's extracting a bit of swing with that new red cherry as well.
Yes, it's not only lifting, but he's also getting away movement. Prodigious away movement. And, even if our good friend Joshua Bishop picks up another couple wickets in the next over. I still think that he should have persisted with the seamers, but as you said, that's his call, that's the captain's call, and who knows?
And sometimes they're out there on the field and they see something that even the coaches who are sitting in the pavilion just to the right of us, sometimes they can't do anything because your captain on the field may have seen something. You mentioned when we walked earlier along the strip that there are patches and they're clear on your screen. So maybe he saw something that invited him to go to his spinner. But for now, it's the seam and pace of Joshua James, bringing us to the end of yet another over. As we see there a shot of that's the ground staff, it looks like. And the bowling figures, of course, those 2 wickets to Naeem Young and 1 to Johan Lane. And at the end of 12 overs in the morning so far, it's 42 for 3. In fact, at the end of that 12th over, the umpires have signaled out to the boundary, inviting the drinks on. So while they take some refreshments, we ourselves will take some refreshments, and we'll be back in just a short. So welcome back to Warner Park here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis for this first encounter, round 1 of the CWI 4-day championship. It is day 1 and the first match at Warner Park between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the West Indies Academy. After the first 50 minutes or so, 12 overs in, the Academy, after choosing to bowl first, have the Leewards struggling at 42 for 3. The batters already out, Michael Louis, Joshua Grant and Kofi James, their vice captain. Joshua Bishop it is to continue. This one swept away. And yet another bound, in fact, is going down to that fielder at fine leg. And again, Joshua Bishop early just straying in his line. So that choice by his skipper to go to him within the first hour of play, not really doing any justice here. Not helping his captain out here is Joshua Bishop.
No, certainly not. And Hamilton has looked good. He has been picking up running. As a matter of fact, he has been going at more than a run a ball.
Yeah, indeed.
Jamal Hamilton.
Indeed, and again, just too short on this occasion from Joshua Bishop, and Hamilton, who is a short lad, just rocking back and cutting into vacant space in the extra cover region. And That's synonymous with Jamal Hamilton generally scores really quickly.
Yeah, in fact, I think it was goal. Both batsmen very short indeed. They're similarly built, so it's easy to mistake one for the other. In fact, Hamilton is the one facing at the moment. He's on 21 from 18 deliveries, and Go is on 12 from 30 deliveries. But a bit of a recovery here for the Leeward Islands, and these two would be looking to build a good partnership here for the Leewards. They were rocked back early, losing 3 early wickets, and in fact it seemed as though
That's Rivaldo Clark, who is the second wicket keeper in this West Indies Academy setup. Seemed to just cop something in the eye, probably fielding that ball backward of point, and probably some grass or a little stone or speck just getting into his eye. So he's left the field, and young Pittman, I believe it is, has come on to the field of play.
so. We are hoping it's not, you said a bit of stone, or let's hope it's not, it's just a bit of grass or something minor that would have gotten into the eye of young Clark.
And this is much better from Joshua Bishop. All these Joshuas around, Joshua Bishop, Joshua James, Joshua Grant. And there's a Joshua in Connery as well, who is a captain in the TNT Red Force team up to a little while ago. Yes, who is also the West Indies wicketkeeper. Just up to a while ago, Trinidad and Tobago had already lost their first wicket, that of Cephas Cooper for 8. And of course, we'll keep you up to date throughout the course of the day with all the other matches going on in the 4-day championship. This is day 1 of round 1, and there are 2 games here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and there are 2 games in Jamaica.
I wonder though if the Naim Young brought a spinner on to try and see what this pitch has to offer for the spinners. Of course, we have said before that it's a very uneven track, and with those patches, of course, it could offer something for the spinners. But so far, he has been rather innocuous. I think his length and line has not been as good as it should be. And so far, he has not troubled the batters. And the Leeward Island batters, Hamilton in particular, he has been scoring rather freely. And they are looking to get themselves back into this game after being rocked back early.
So Joshua James it will be to continue from the media center end. 3 slips, a gully, and a backward point in position. And this one is, I can say a lifting delivery, but it's definitely way too short. And not even Jason Holder, I think, would have been able to get that one, let alone Kareem Agor, who is just all but 4 feet 5.
Oh, no, man. He's a bit more than 4 feet 5. But he's a short man. Both he and Hamilton, they are about the same height. He seems to be just a little taller than Hamilton. And that certainly was way above the batsman's head. And, it's rather difficult to bowl bouncers to mend that shot.
He's persisting, just a second ball in the over, but persisting with that back of a length, short delivery. And Gore is up to the task, just tucking it down to fine leg. Of course, this 4-day championship. 2 games going on in Jamaica. The home team, the Jamaica Scorpions, up against the Windward Islands Volcanoes at Sabina Park. And the Barbados Pride up against combined campuses and colleges in Spanish Town. So all 8 teams on show today, all 8 teams in the tournament. And it's definitely wonderful to have more than just the 6 usual teams or franchises, if you will, of Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, and Guyana, Windwards, Leewards. It's great to see the West Indies Academy and in particular CCC back into the fray of regional cricket.
Yes, the Academy in for the first time, and of course CCC has been there before, but as you rightly said, good to see them back.
Yeah, and they played part in the Super 50 tournament and they did well.
Certainly, and that would have encouraged the authorities to insert them into the 4-day tournament.
And for many of these young chaps, the goal is to get to that next level and get that all treasured phone call of a call up to play for the West Indies senior team in any of the 3 formats, really. This one, he's going full, struck on the pad, and he's given him. Umpire Crawford has raised the finger, and Joshua James is into the act.
It was a slow delivery, and perhaps deceived the batsman in pace. From the moment it struck, it looked very plumb from my position here, and I was not surprised at all when I saw the finger of umpire Crawford going up. So further trouble here for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, the 4th wicket now down, and still yet not 50 on the board. They are now 47 for 4, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and in all sorts of bother on the first morning of the 4-day championship here in the West Indies.
You know, interestingly, when I came in this morning, I went to look at the track, and I spoke to an official, and an official in relation to Warner Park, and I spoke about the amount of grass on the track. There was a Leeward Island official there also, and they said, well, it's good. It's, you know, it would offer some assistance to the fast bowlers. I said, yeah. I told him, yeah, that is okay, but at the same time, we want to see matches going the full 4 days. We do not want to have matches ending in 2-3 days. It's not good for regional cricket. So we want to get as much play as possible. And here we are, first morning before lunch, Leeward's 4 down. You know, looking to survive until lunch. I'm sure they'll be hoping that they do not lose another wicket before lunch.
That's such an interesting word to use on the first morning of essentially a test match, because this is what 4-day cricket is preparing these young lads for, is to play that 5-day format, that format of test cricket. And in the mix of all of it, Terence Ward has come out to the middle. He's taking his guard and is just loosening up. But definitely it's one of the things that has been the topic of discussion over the last few months in terms of the type of pitches that our players get the opportunity to play on. Joshua James, this one outside that off stump, and just a hint of away movement again. And taken well above the shoulder by, I almost said umpire Tuckett, by wicketkeeper Tuckett. And it brings us to the end of the over. And yet another successful over for the Academy. Leeward Islands Hurricanes are now 47 for 4.
Yes, young Tuckett is much shorter than his dad. I think his mother comes from Barbados originally, but now resides in Nevis. And but just back to this wicked story, you know, Bishop, for example, he has had a lot to say on the type of pitches we play on the Caribbean. Not Joshua Bishop, of course, but Ian Bishop. And there's been a lot of talk, and you know, if our players are to develop, we must prepare pitches that would give not only the batsmen a chance, but the bowlers a chance. But as opposed to providing one-sided pitches as this one is edged to force the way it's taken.
Akim Ogis in the business again. And here we go. Further loss. And just as we were talking about, it's that man and Joshua Bishop. And we spoke about him and why the captain has gone to him. And there you go. He's finally got one on that perfect length for the spinner. And Curry McGaw just pressing forward, finding the outside edge. And Akim Ogis safe hands in the first slip region. And we get the benefit of seeing it again. So we've spoken about why the spinner so early. So now all the bowlers used so far have gotten into the act, including the spinner.
Yes, certainly. And that was a delivery on a good length. And perhaps a bit of a slight turn. The batsman prodding forward and peeling off the outer portion of the bat and going down to four slip where a very good catch was taken there by young August. And his second catch he has taken for the morning so far. And certainly supporting the bowler very well. Of course, it's very important and very critical for the fieldsmen to do their part. And the catching has been pretty good so far from the young West Indies Academy. And they have reaped the benefit. They have picked up some 5 wickets. Leeward Islands in a lot of trouble at the moment as the captain, Hakeem Cornwall, takes strike.
The unmistakable figure of Jimbo. And he's watchful to start with. And I asked him, about his own form and, going in to a different format. And he said he hasn't played red ball cricket for a while, but he trusts his abilities. And he's prepared well, and he's going to back that preparation he's had under the tutelage of Stuart Williams and the rest of the Leeward Islands support staff.
Yes, he certainly played that one well, though, to pick up his first run from the second delivery he has faced. Terence Ward, who has been plying his trade in England over the past couple of years and playing quite a bit of club cricket there. And based on what he would have told me, he would have done pretty well there, scored quite a number of runs. In fact, just late last year, I had an interview with him on ZIZ on a program that we normally do, there talking sports. And had him there for a while, and he said he did quite well in England. Of course, nowadays players, when they get the opportunity to, also they try to get involved in coaching. And I think he has picked up I know at least he would have picked up a level 1 coaching certificate, and if I'm not mistaken, he might have gone to level 2, but he would have been doing some coaching there also and really trying to advance his game.
Of course, at the end of that successful Joshua Bishop over, 15 overs now gone in the morning already, and the first hour completed. And Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 48 for 5. Joshua James with the ball in hand from the media center. And I can tell you that Jamaica Scorpions are 17 for 1. Chadwick Walton already dismissed for just 4 in that game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And the Volcanoes would have won the toss in that encounter and chose to bowl first.
Important to remind listeners, of course, that Jamaica, being 1 hour behind us, would have meant that game would have started an hour later than these games in St. Kitts, and accounting for such a score 17 for 1.
I was just wondering why they have only bowled so little overs, and I definitely forgot about that 1 hour difference. So they're just outside of their first half an hour of play in that encounter.
But we are well advanced into the morning's play, and of course, the West Indies Academy well advanced into the Leeward Islands batting.
Yeah, half the team already back. This one beating Rakim Cornwall just outside of that off stump. And the expression from Joshua James tells you everything you need to know about that delivery.
Yes, certainly a good delivery. And Cornwall perhaps just playing deliberately inside the line of that one. Looked rather stylish, and the ball going through outside the off stump to the keeper. But the academy, of course, persisting with the attacking field. We have seen these 3 slips and flash take.
There's an appeal here, yes indeed, and the finger goes up. Umpire Crawford in the business again. Rakim Cornwall flashing at one outside that off stump, and a well taken catch by Young Tuckett, indeed.
Yes, but very poor cricket there by the captain of the Leeward Islands team, Rakim Cornwall. It was a delivery which was wide of the off stump. We saw him leaving 2 outside the off stump previously, and then he got a short one outside the off stump. He was flashing at it, and it took the outside edge, and the catch was well taken by Young Tuckett. But poor cricket displayed there by the Leeward Islands captain, a man who has immense experience, who would have played at test level, and he knows what the track is doing. And a rather disappointing shot indeed.
I tell you something though, Earl. Had he gotten a bit more of an edge and it flew over the slips, we would have been having a different conversation. Or had it come off the middle of the bat, because it was short and wide. So you can understand why Rakim Cornwall played the shot. Of course, his nature is to be an attacking player. And sometimes you don't want players to get too much outside of their own natural ability. But I do agree, he could have been a bit more watchful now. Given that half of his team, and now more than half of his team, because he's out, is back in that players' pavilion. The score now moves on to 48 for 6. And we're still yet on the first morning. We haven't been to lunch on the first morning just yet.
Yes, you said it might have been his natural instinct, but at the same time, he's the captain, and he, I believe that there's a thing called match awareness, and players, especially senior players, should always be aware of the match situation. Perhaps that was a deliberate soccer, I would call it a soccer ball there from James, pitching it wide and a bit short, knowing that he had just come to the crease.
And speaking about coming to the crease, the other Louis has come to the crease. That's Jeremiah Louis. In this instance, has come out to the middle. And just an update on that other score at Connery Park, just a few minutes away from us here at Warner Park. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting first, and now 49 for 2. Short delivery.
He was in lots of trouble, but Jeremiah Louis himself is a capable batsman. In fact, last year he would have gotten a score of 78 not out, and he would have averaged some 28.14 last year. And he has had some useful scores in the past for the Leeward Islands. So there's still a bit of batting left. And Ward himself, who is a bit of an obdurate player, he hangs around, and I think it's an ideal situation for Terence Ward, who has the ability to dig in and bat long innings. So Leeward's possibly might be able to eke something out still,
yes,
and get a bit of a decent score, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, just about 20 minutes or so before the scheduled lunch break, the score 48 for 6. Joshua Bishop continues from the far end, and definitely Terence Ward and Jeremiah Louis need to get stuck in the first modus operandi, get our team to the lunch break, so that we can regroup, have a discussion, and then think about what different strategy we can take into the post-lunch session. This one edged just past the outstretched hand of Akim Ogist, and his expression will tell you that he definitely backed himself to probably pick up that catch. I thought maybe it was dropping just short of him.
Two local lads, of course, Jeremiah Louis and Terence Ward. And they would know the conditions well, but I am pretty certain that they're not accustomed to the Warner Park track being so patchy. So it might be a new situation for both of the batters, and they would have to try and bat their way out of this one. But they are very experienced players, and very capable also.
Yeah, and taking a look at the replay, in fact, back live, but taking a look at the replay, in fact, the ball coming off the edge, well out of the grasp, well out of the reach of Akim Ogis. But the skipper has decided, Naim Young has decided to put an extra fielder just to plug that gap. So there are now two slips. Rivaldo Clark has gone in right next Akim Ogis at the second slip. There is a silly point in place, and there's a backward of point as well. So very attacking field here. There is a short extra cover and a cover on that offside with a straightish mid-off just outside of your frame. And Naim Young is on the hunt here. This one edged but played down into the ground by Jeremiah Louis. And so easily that one could have popped up and found its way into the hands of Ogist or Rivaldo Clark. But the end of another over. And at the end of this over, still 15 minutes before the lunch interval, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes being invited to bat first are 49-46.
Yes, you said edge, but I thought that he played it well in the end. He adjusted his shot. He realized that it had bounced a bit on him, and he got on top of it and played it down into the gully region. I kept it down well and kept it away from the hands of any of those players. And he dropped well short of them, and he survived well. But well played there by young Louis.
Indeed, and Naim Young has taken the ball and has returned to the bowling lineup from the commentary box end, and immediately beats Terence Ward outside that off stump.
Well, what I noticed though, the obviously the West Indies Academy team, they think that there's something just on about off stump or just outside the off stump for the bowlers, and they have been using that corridor quite nicely. They have been very consistent, and they have had rewards.
This one is cut, and it's going between point and the cover fielder. It's not going to get to the boundary, and it's picked up and thrown in not before they can complete a couple of runs, and those couple of runs bringing up the 50 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and it will be somewhat of a moral victory and a bit of a confidence booster to know that you've gotten to 50 runs, but still a long way to go, Earl.
50, but when they look at the other column which says 6
this one is driven and into the hands of Kadeem Allen, who also plied his trade with CCC as well. So a bit of a jump across here for Kadeem Allen. But of course you mentioned, the academy, and it's wonderful to have the academy back again. So many times I was chatting with one of our co-workers, and we were chatting about the void sometimes. This one honing in on those pads is Naim Young. We were talking about that black hole between the under-19 level and the senior level, where players just seem to disappear. You see them represent the West Indies for the under-19 World Cup, and then they disappear. And that little black hole has been filled by the West Indies Academy, and of course a couple of the under-23 tournaments we've had around the Caribbean. We just completed one in Trinidad and Tobago, and of course as well with the inclusion of CCC, many of the players who have gone on to the various colleges and campuses, whether UE, UTT, St. George's in Grenada, and they still play their cricket while they study, so it's wonderful to have them in a tournament like this.
Certainly, and you know, this has been a problem in the West Indies and even in the various islands. It has been a problem. In St. Kitts, for example, you might have a school tournament, and then after the tournament, the talent, you know, is not being channeled into other teams because there's no properly structured local league here in St. Kitts. I mean, nowadays the emphasis is on T10 cricket, which is not really building the players. But it's good to see that West Indies is looking to you know, harness the talent of these young players and keep them playing cricket.
Into another Joshua Bishop over. And the score 51 for 6.
And of course, we just had the West Indies under-19 team completing a tournament. The tournament which they did very well. And in fact, they might have had an opportunity to qualify for the semi-finals, but for rain interruption. And that match had no result. But they certainly didn't bow out of the tournament because of being of a defeat, but rather because the weather denied them that opportunity. At least, you know, if they had the opportunity, they might have been able to qualify for the semi-finals. So, as you rightly said, you know, we're hoping that there's not this
a black hole. A void.
No,
but
yes.
there has been. I mean, you think back of the World Cup winning teams that we've had, the likes of Oni Shimron Hetmeyer and Alzari Joseph, for example, going on to the senior team. You think of young Kevin Sinclair as well, moving on to the senior team, and you can almost count on one hand sometimes the players that make that progression from the under-19 level as we come to the end of another over. 52 for 6, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, but now with the prolific into another Naimi Young over, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 52 for 6. Still just a few minutes away, 10 minutes or so away from the scheduled lunch interval. And of course, Mr. Earl Smith in alongside me, and we're having that discussion about that black hole, as I call it, that void that leaves you know, so many players by the wayside after they've gotten to that under-19 level. And we can only hope that for the likes of young Pascal and Joel Andrews and Matthew Nandu and these guys who've just come off of that under-19 World Cup, that they can now filter in to the academy or even in their national setups, because we see so many of so many of the boards now investing in their younger players as well, bringing them into the fold of their national teams.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, I think young Joel Andrew was into the Leeward Islands team last year. If I'm not mistaken, I think Nando from Guyana also has been involved with his national team. So we are just hoping that more of these players. I think there's a Johnson who has been doing pretty well.
Driven through the covers. And the lightning quick outfield at Warner Park ensures that they will get a full value for the shot. Just a tad overpitched by Naeem Young, and Jeremiah Louis up to the task and welcome 4 runs.
Well, it just shows the ability of the man. As a matter of fact, in his earlier stages, he was very much a batsman who would have batted a lot higher for St. Kitts in particular. But as the years progress, he seemed to have concentrated a lot more on his bowling, but he still can bat.
This one again driven and well stopped by a diving Kadeem Allen. Big frame, and he got down well. Because had that passed him, there's nobody at that long off boundary, obviously, with the attacking field that Naeem Young has. Good fielding here, and the West Indies Academy are switched on. We're talking about the young ones and the next generation of cricketers. We're just talking about the under-19 teams. Who's impressed you most, though, especially this crop of under-19 players who have just returned? We spoke about Joel Andrews. He went back into school cricket and immediately scored runs. He was actually on the flight with us from Trinidad. We stopped off in Antigua and then came across the St. Kitts. And he's gone back into school cricket and started to score runs. But who's impressed you most in this crop of under-19 players?
Well, I'll probably go for the same young Joel Andrew, although he tapered off a bit in terms of his performance towards the end of the tournament. There's Johnson. Well, I must admit that I did not see a lot of the academy players, a lot of their matches. I must admit that, but there was some. The good thing about it is that throughout the team at times, it was not just a question of one player performing based on what I was seeing. And the captain, Pascal, at one point, he would have gotten some runs. I think Johnson would have gotten into the 30s a couple of times. And there's this young bowler, this fast bowler, he would have picked up a number of wickets also. I'm trying to remember the name of that fast bowler. I think he would have played on the 19 cricket before. But Thorne.
Isai Thorne.
That's right.
Who also plied his trade with the CCC in the Super 50 Cup as well, and had a good outing in the Super 50 Cup just recently completed.
Yes, he was consistent, and but generally the overall performance of the team was heartening, and that's the critical thing. It was not just a one-man show, which augurs well for West Indies cricket.
Indeed, and we look forward to the progression of many of these young players. They can now come back in, and we have as part of the structure of Cricket West Indies, the West Indies Academy and the CCC teams, as we've mentioned, players like Matthew Nandu and the likes who've gone on to their senior national teams, their territorial boards. This one cut away, and it doesn't get the timing, and fielded in that point region, and many of these young ones here moving on from this academy will look to make their mark and possibly break in to that West Indies senior setup. Of course, we have the likes of Kevin Sinclair and Shamar Joseph is recently making their debuts at international level, and Kaveem Hodge. Many of these lads making their debut for the West Indies have been through that age group setup, whether on the 15, on the 19, or the academy. Of course, we also saw Leonardo Julian getting called up during the England series as a backup wicketkeeper for Captain Shea Hope. So definitely a welcome sign, all the additional cricket being played around the region as we come to the end of another over, and just a few minutes before the lunch interval. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes have progressed slowly but surely to 60 for 6.
Certainly slowly. I'm not too certain about that, surely. Part of it. Having lost some 6 wickets. And it has been a struggle for them, really, the Leeward Island batsmen. But like I've said before, there's still a bit of hope for them to get a fairly decent score. And if they're able to just edge their way up to, let's say, perhaps 150 on this track, who knows? It could be a good first innings total if they bowl well. If they bowl well and try to dismiss the academy for a low score.
We can see here that the intent is there to keep it ticking over. Jeremiah Louis and Terence Ward getting in some of those quick singles. We saw them with a couple of quick singles in the previous Naeem Young over, a couple of quick singles in the Joshua Bishop over, and now with Naeem Young back into the attack from the commentary booth end. You can see that intent from Jeremiah Louis and Terence Ward. And runs is the name of the game at the end of the day. Yes, you may have lost 6 wickets, but you still have all but 3 days and 2 sessions of cricket still to be played. And as you've mentioned, even just getting up to a score of 150. And one of the things, as Louis is forward and defending into the hands of Joshua James, one of the things they'll want to do is definitely give their bowlers something to bowl at. Of course, they do have some bowling in their 11, not least the likes of their captain Rakeem Cornwall, who, though he's a spinner, always seems to pick up a wicket every time he puts the ball in his hand.
Yes, certainly, and on this track, who knows, he might extract quite a bit of bounce. Philip, of course, Archibald, of course, is yet to bat. He's a capable batter. He has had some useful scores at regional level. So there's still hope for the Leewards. They can still eke out a fairly decent score here at Warner Park. But at the moment, certainly, the academy is in ascendancy.
This one is owning in at the stumps and just played away into a wide mid-wicket region. And Joshua James does the fielding. So keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Singles coming a bit easily now after that early onslaught of the first hour and a half of play where Naeem Young and his troops have been able to eke out 6 well-taken wickets indeed. 2 slips still in play. Gully backward of point, extra cover and mid-off on the offside as Louis is forward and defending. And a mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg, a wide fine leg, almost a long leg on that leg side.
Of course, there's no pressure of run rate. So these two could look to bat as long as possible, and of course they are doing the right thing. They're looking to pick up singles, keep the scoreboard ticking along, rotate the strike.
This one, he's down on one knee and looking to drive away. There's that intent that you're talking about, to get at the bowler and get the scoreboard ticking as we come to the end of yet another over. And the score 62 for 6, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 22 overs in the day's play so far. So if my mathematics is correct, that's 22 from 90. So we still have some 68 overs in the day's play to go.
Yes, 68 overs, lots of overs. We had the delayed start of about half an hour as lunch is being taken. And with lunch, the Leewards being inserted 62 for 6. So, of course, it has been a very good morning. As you've said, 22 overs being bowled in the morning session. We had just an hour and a half play, so If you split that down the middle, well, fairly slow overweight.
Yeah, it is. But of course, we have to take into consideration, as you mentioned, that half an hour late start. But at the lunch interval on day one between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the West Indies Academy, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes were invited to bat by the Academy, who won the toss, and they've gone on to 62 for 6. Just to give you a little idea of that scorecard, Michael Louis caught Hakim Ogis bowled Joshua Lane for 9. Joshua Grant caught Ashmead Ned bowled Naeem Young without scoring. Kofi James caught Joshua Bishop bowled Naeem Young without scoring. Karima Gore caught Hakim Ogis bowled Joshua Bishop for 15. Jamal Hamilton LBW to Joshua James for 22. And Rakim Cornwall caught wicketkeeper Tuckett bowled Joshua James for 1. The not-out batters Terence Ward on 5 and Jeremiah Louis on 9. The bowling for the West Indies Academy, 1 for 6 for Johan Lane, 2 for 32 from Naeem Young, Joshua James with a 2 for 5, and a wicket for Joshua Bishop for just 18 runs. So that's where it stands at the lunch interval on day one, the 4-day championship, the Cricket West Indies 4-day championships between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the West Indies Academy. Leeward Islands Hurricanes at 62 for 6. We'll have our lunch break, and when we get back, the post-lunch and afternoon sessions. So, welcome back and a pleasant good afternoon. Of course, it's the afternoon time here in the Eastern Caribbean, broadcasting from the beautiful Warner Park in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. It's a day one in round one of the Cricket West Indies, a 4-day championship. And we're on the way with Joshua Bishop, first ball after lunch. This one, an encounter between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the West Indies Academy, as Joshua Bishop into his second delivery with 2 slips and a silly point, as well as a short extra cover, if you will, in the captain and Naeem Young on the attack, on the prowl. And why would you not, after having a first session that really belonged to the West Indies Academy, prying out 6 of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes wickets, inclusive of the big hitting captain Rakeem Cornwall. The score as we get on the way is 62 for 6. And welcome back after the lunch period. Mr. Earl Smithen alongside me.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
And before you say anything else, I'm still awaiting the explanation of the goat water.
well. It just depends on what explanation you're looking for. I've known some people to make goat water from cow meat, so it just depends on what you're looking for. But I understand that there are quite a number of folks around who do sell very good goat water. Vinod could attest to that, I'm sure. He has been around a number of times here for cricket here in St. Kitts. I suspect this is your first visit to
it
the
is.
Federation.
Indeed, it is. I have not, to be quite honest, I have not been to many of the Caribbean islands, and that's a wonder for somebody like me who is so invested in the West Indies setup and have so many friends throughout the Caribbean, having studied at the University of the West Indies back in Trinidad as well. I have only been to Jamaica. I have been to Barbados in transit and Antigua in transit, but not to stay as yet.
I see. Well, I've not done a lot better than you. I've actually had a weekend in Jamaica. I've been to Barbados a few times, so I know Barbados very well. And of course, I would have gone to all of the Leeward Islands and none of the Windward Islands. So I've not really traveled a lot in the Caribbean.
So Captain Naeem Young continues after lunch from the commentary box end. Just 2 runs in that first over after lunch by Joshua Bishop. And Captain Naeem Young on the money immediately. Also hunting wickets with the 2 slips and a gully and a backward point in place. Cover fielder and mid-off on that offside. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg on the leg side. And it's definitely a wonderful place, this island, this federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Of course, we're staying in this place called Sandy Point, and the drive is just about 20-25 minutes from here at Warner Park, but it's a road that takes you along the coastline, and it's so beautiful.
Oh, yes, yes. In fact, I'm not too far away from Sandy Point. In fact, I lived in Sandy Point at one point. A good shot there for 4. That was put away nicely there by its ward. And Jeremiah Louis, in fact, very good shot indeed down to the third man bounce for 4. And like I said, I lived in Sandy Point a bit. Just in the village before you get to Sandy Point, half a tree, and of course Brimstone Hill is nestled between those 2 villages. And speaking of places here in St. Kitts, it has been very hazy today. And normally when we look out into the southeastern corner, we would see an outline of Sister Island Nevis, but we are not seeing anything today, which gives you an idea of how hazy the place is.
Yeah, I think that's something that's a bother, if you will, across the Caribbean at present. A lot of Saharan dust coming off of that western coast of Africa, making its way across the Atlantic. I woke up last week preparing to come across here, and when I opened my eyes, middle of the day, I had to blink a few times because I felt like someone putting an orange light in the house. And when I looked out the window, I noticed that where I live, similar to Warner Park, there are mountains around. I'm in a valley, and you could not see the mountains clearly at all. That was the extent of the haze and the Saharan dust that we had. We actually had a red alert, I think it is, in terms of visibility and air quality in Trinidad for better part of last week. As we come to the end of another Naim Young over 63 for 6, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and steady, slow going so far after lunch. Of course, the partnership now 19 between this pair, and wickets apiece for each of the bowlers so far. Johan Lee, Naim Young, Joshua James, and Joshua Bishop. And 2, in fact, for Captain Naim Young, got the ball rolling. And here's Joshua Bishop, who we felt came in a little bit too early to the attack, but he's made us eat our words of sorts. 7 overs, 19 runs and a wicket.
Well, to a certain extent, the fast bowler from the other end might have picked up 2 instead of 1. But you will never know.
That's the duality of the game. We definitely never know. We definitely never know.
The Leeward's going at just about 2.75 runs per over. Not a bad rate for the cricket by any means, especially at the start of the game, but one would have to take into consideration those 6 wickets that have gone down.
Yeah, those 6 wickets definitely hampered the run flow. And of course, as we were mentioning in that first session, this one just outside that off stump, probably a bit closer, and he may have found his off pole knocked back. One from Naim Young, just sticking with the arm, going on with the arm. We did mention that in terms of this setup, the 4-day championship, being part and parcel of preparing many of these young lads in the academy and across the franchises, across the territorial teams for selection for the Senior West Indies men's team at the test level. And of course, you have to look at it, Earl, in terms of the direction of the world game and the modern game. Yes, there's always this talk and discussion, if you will, between the white ball formats versus the test format, and whether the test format is still pliable and all those different things. But when you look at some of the test playing nations, the direction of the test match era it's picking up from the white ball game, where you find that the games are moving along really quickly. 67 for 6 at the end of the over. And probably part and parcel, thank you to baseball, maybe.
Well, probably. Of course, it's enhancing the game, and as you alluded to, the scoring rate has certainly gone up in Test cricket. But at the same time, too, well played there by Ward, but only, in fact, they're going back for a second run. But on the downside of that, the white ball cricket, especially the T20 cricket, has had an adverse effect on Test cricket. Well, for the smaller nations in particular, the big 3 that are getting a bigger chunk of the purse, they certainly they are not losing much. In fact, as we know, Indian players, once you have not retired from the game, you cannot go outside India to play T20 or franchise cricket. And if you look at what's going on right now in India, they're playing a 5-test series. West Indies just played a two-test series in Australia, and they're not playing another test match until in July. Right, and it's a question of finance also. People get very critical of West Indies cricket, but we do have to bear in mind sometimes that the funds are not there, and the big 3 pocketing all the money. They're able to pay their players handsomely.
Short, pulled away. Vacant space on the leg side. It's going to go through square leg now and across the boundary. And Jeremiah Louis getting into his work here. And Captain Naim Young looking to pitch it short and probably get it up at that neck region and make him smell the leather, as we call it. And Jeremiah Louis definitely up to the challenge. A well-executed pull shot through square leg for a welcome 4 runs, a 74 for 6. And I agree with you in terms of the distribution of the purse and so on. But I'm one that believes, I'll come back to it if nothing happens. Short again, in the air. Fine leg is coming around. It's going to drop just about 2 yards in front of him. So Naim Young persisting here with the short ball. And you would have thought maybe if he was going short, he would have probably put one fielder back out on the boundary.
I got the impression too that it was more of an effort ball there. He certainly seemed to have put a bit more into that one, so it probably got onto Louis a bit quicker.
Our director, Vinu, just said the field at fine leg was sleeping. I think it's the wonderful lunch that these boys had, because I went down into the players' hall. I tell you, the amount of food, this one's full up and flicked away, and fine leg is coming around. He has some work to do. He's going to burn off all that food that he ate. That's you are laying down there at a fine leg. I tell you, I saw these boys and the amount of food they've been eating. I wondered how they would play the afternoon session. But to come back to what we're chatting about in terms of the development of Test match cricket, I'm one who believes that given that, yes, there is a great portion of financial support that has to come from the ICC and so on. I think that some of the territorial boards can do more to generate that income in their own territory. For example, as this one is cut and it's stopped by that backward point, fielder looking for that gap between the gully and backward point brings us to the end of an over, 77 for 6. You take, for example, the Cricket West Indies. It's 6 territories. What's the economic value of these 6 territories? And again, this is just my belief that we don't necessarily have to wait on the ICC to give us that funding. We can use a lot of the resources that we already have in the Caribbean to generate that funding that we need to carry our game forward.
I can tell you this. I mean, governments have been very reluctant over the years to invest in cricket. In fact,
struck on the pad, loud appeal. The umpire hands are moving,
going down,
but just to his side.
Well, in fact, indicated that it was going down. But
we get the opportunity. We get the opportunity to see it again, and you can see it was hit on the full, but definitely with the angle of the arm, and you can see with that leg outside the leg stump, it definitely was going down the leg side. So a good call here by umpire Ramdani.
Yes, just to get back to what you were saying, we know there's a reluctance. In fact, in some quarters, it is felt that the governments they do not like cricket, and they seem to put more into other sports. You know, right here in St. Kitts, the government would have taken some sticks for not bidding for the matches for the T20 World Cup, and we had the same situation in Jamaica where they did not bid, and the Jamaican government, they were saying that the dance could not pay for the lights, right? Whereas you had in St. Vincent, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent was saying that it's an investment for the youths, the T20 World Cup, and I think it's some 30 millions there to spend to refurbish, and he had no problem in investing in that because he felt that in the long run it would pay off for the young people in St. Vincent.
And that's the key, though. I mean, it's that investment and ROI conversation, as this one is a flicked away into the leg side. It's not going to go to the boundary. It's about halfway. And Kiddy Mallon is going to do the fielding in the mid-wicket region. So just a couple of runs added to the total. 1 run, in fact, added to the total. And a partnership of 30 from 67 deliveries. And what's important here with this partnership between Terence Ward and Jeremiah Louis, 15 and 14 respectively, is that they're spending time at the crease.
And rotating the strike also.
Indeed.
And like I said earlier, these two, they can bat, these local lads. I alluded to the fact that Louis would have gotten top score of 78 not out last year. Terence Ward was in the squad, but he did not play much of the matches. But in fact, he would have played just 2 matches last year. And he just had a top score of some 21 runs, but he's much better than that. He's a much better player than that. And like I said, he would have been in England where he would have played a lot of cricket, and he would have picked up a number of centuries there in the leagues that he would have played in. He would have picked up some half centuries, and he would have done fairly well based on what he would have told me, based on my discussion with him. So these are 2 capable players. The track at this point is not doing too much, at the moment. And if the batters are prepared to dig in, they can get runs on this.
Down the leg side from Captain Naim Young, the score 78 for 6 now moves on to 82 for 6 with that leg glance as a signal to 4 by umpire Crawford. Which means it did come off the bat indeed, but Captain Naim Young straying here in both the line and the length, and just allowing Jeremiah Louis to flick off the pads, and with the fine leg really wide, placed wide at long leg, there's no chance for him to get there with this lightning quick outfield. So as you're mentioning, turning over of the strike, Earl.
Oh yes, certainly. And Young's going down, in fact, going a bit too straight once more. I
tell you, just as you mentioned that, he's going down the leg side, and the ball goes to the fielder at square leg, who's out on the boundary. In the previous over, when he went short a few times at Louis and Ward, there was no fielder on the square leg fence. He's placed the fielder now on the square leg fence, who's now come closer to the umpire, where I guess in the white ball format inside the 30-yard circle, and with the first ball placing the fielder out there, but he goes full. 2 consecutive deliveries.
Well, sometimes the bowlers tend to bluff a bit. You set the man back, suggesting that you're going short, but in fact you go full.
And he's brought that man into a regulation mid-wicket, and he's still going down the leg side. This time just glanced to the fine leg fielder, who's a bit wider than a regulation fine leg.
Seemed to be losing his radar a bit. He still has the packed offside field, 2 slips, gully, point, slightly backward. He has a man at more or less in an extra cover position and a mid-off. So it's predominantly an offside field, just the 3 men on the onside, but tending to go rather straight.
Possibly looking for that LBW, bringing the LBW into play, and looking to hone in at the stumps, probably get his in-swingers going as well. That last delivery, though, in the corridor outside of the off stump, and taken by wicketkeeper Tuckett, who is done away with the wide brim white hat, and is now hatless behind the stumps.
I'm glad you said hatless and not headless.
He's definitely not been hapless, because had he been hapless, he would not have taken the catches. No,
headless.
Naim Young hasn't given him any chance with this one, because he indeed might be about 4'5", and Naim Young has sent one way over his head down to the boundary for 4 byes. But I said hapless. He's no good. But he's definitely been very good today, has a young Tuckett, taking that wonderful catch diving across in front of his first slip fielder, Aki Mogis, on that occasion,
now,
taking a smart class.
I mentioned headless because there was one famous commentator out of Antigua some years ago who was giving commentaries, and he was saying that Richard Richardson was batting in his broad-brimmed hat, and Richards was batting headless. So one has to be careful.
Yeah, so who can forget this one down the leg side, a short delivery from Naim Young, not directed. He has two fielders out on that leg side, but misdirected that short ball and into the hands of a wicketkeeper Tuckett at the end of the over. 88 for 6, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes being invited to bat to first in this 4-day encounter against the West Indies Academy. And of course, who could forget that a red round brim hat of Sir Richie Richardson. Always a wonder to me that you put the ball by his nose and he has on no helmet and he could still hook the ball for 4 and 6 at will.
The same thing with Viv. But just one question, though, Conrad, I don't know if you might be able to relate to it. Would this academy team absorb some of the players that were in that under-19 World Cup? Or you might not have any idea, or do you think it would?
As Joshua Bishop continues from the far end, I think that's the idea behind the academy, because I want to cast your mind back just a few years ago, before this present administration, in fact, under the tutelage of Dr. Shallow and Mr. Basarath. A few years back, we lost the essence of having the academy and the CCC around in our regional setup. And more recently, with the academy being here, we see more and more the numbers, as this one's played down into the ground, into the hands of Rivaldo Clark. We see a lot of the players from the different territories as they come out of that under 17, under 19 level. They get the opportunity to go into the academy. And I think it is, in fact, as this one's just played wide over that fielder at a silly point. A fielding position synonymous with the red ball game under the helmet. And I think that it is a part of the strategic plan of Cricket West Indies to really get more and more age group cricket being played, and definitely have a lot of these boys who have come back. For example, as you mentioned, the under-19 World Cup, as we come to an end of another over, 88 for 6, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. To get these boys reintegrated, if not with their territorial boards and their territorial teams, but really into the academy. So I think over the last few years, as the academy has come back on stream, you would have noticed that the numbers of players who have been going in through the academy, not just the boys, but the girls as well, the numbers have grown. Of course, our West Indies women just finishing a camp in Coolidge just last week. And they had a camp that even the seasoned internationals were there with the younger players. So to answer your question, definitely I expect that many of the young players, under 19 players, they're going to be absorbed not just into the academy, but in their territorial teams. As the first bowling change from the media center end after lunch is Johan Lane, who has played for CCC prior and has now come across into the academy. And I'll tell you something, as you mentioned that, there's this young player back in Trinidad called Chidion Raymond. And Chidion attended my alma mater, so I would have seen him coming through school a bit, and you'd have been coached by some of my friends who, after we left school and played and so on, went on to be coaches. And Chidion Raymond had a stint with the academy, and due to injury, he had to stop. We recently had an under-23 tournament in Trinidad and Tobago, and Chidion was the captain of one of the teams. And after the tournament, I saw him back at the first game for our alma mater in the schools cricket. And he was telling me, he said one of his goals for 2024 is to make sure that he's fully fit to get back into the academy. So insofar as we're talking about the absorbing of players from under-19 World Cup, what the academy has done is given young players like Chidi and Raymond something to work at, something to work towards, that you can now be part of a setup like this, an academy where you have a world-class coaching team, a world-class physio team, and they do have analysts and the full works.
Well, the fact that he is eager to get back into the academy suggests to me that he sees a lot of good coming out of being in the academy, and he's appreciative of that, and certainly would like to get back in. But as we speak, the partnership is building slowly here. Louis has moved on to 20, Ward is on 16, but slowly these two are building for the Leeward Islands, and like I said before, they will be looking to eke out a total, probably get towards 140, 150, or who knows beyond that, because these two are very capable, and of course Archibald is also, oh my goodness, as we speak, a chance is put down.
The good old commentator's curse as Terence Ward drives uppishly and back into the hands of Johan Lane, who just couldn't hold on. Difficult catch, of course. It's always difficult as a seamer in your follow-through and coming just about shin height. You're going one way and you have to turn your body the other way to try and haul it in. And he would probably back himself with Johan Lane to have gobbled that one up. And just as you were talking about the partnership, I was about to mention to you the more important part. They've both faced 44 deliveries, so they're spending time at the crease. And as you mentioned, the surface is seemingly flattening out itself. This one just back of a length from Johan Lane. Generating some good pace here is Johan Lane.
Lane, of course, is a very tall lad. Well over 6 feet, and certainly had to go down a long way. He made a second grab at that one, but was unable to rope it in, but he certainly gave it a good effort.
I think it's one of those that it either sticks or it doesn't, because he was following through, getting off of that playing surface and the restricted area, and he had to turn his body back the other way. But a chance goes a-begging nonetheless. Even with that chance going a-begging, one would say the West Indies Academy is still in control of this one, as Joshua Bishop continues from the far end. 2 slips, silly point, short extra cover, backward point, and cover in place, as well as a mid-off on the offside.
We've had some 30 overs completed. We're into over number 31. So quite a long day ahead of us still. 90 overs, of course, to be bowled in today's play.
Of course, light and weather permitting.
Yes, certainly. So we're just 1/3 of the way, just a little over 1/3 of the way.
Yeah, indeed. And then you have to check potentially 90 by 3, the preceding 3 days as well. So quite a lot of cricket still to be played. This one is short and wide and dealt with, spanked away through extra cover. It's going to race away over the boundary rope, and a welcome boundary. Jeremiah Louis getting into his stride here now.
Yes, a very good shot indeed, but it was a rather innocuous delivery. It was short, it was turning slowly towards off, and Louis was banging it out to cover for 4, and now we see the gully being taken out, so there's just a slip and a silly point. So Louis certainly winning that battle, forcing the Captain Young to go more on the defensive. That gully being placed into backward point position.
Yeah, Rivaldo Clark it is, who is, again, another one of those young players as this one is cut
Yes.
and straight into the torso, if you will, of that man at a silly point. In fact, it seems as if it has hit him on the hand. Is that Pittman who's still on the field? In fact, as Mbeki Joseph, who is fielding under the helmet, and the ball was struck with some venom, and it seems he's holding on to that left arm, and he's one of those players when the academy gets a chance to bat, and I'm glad to see him in the academy as well. I've seen him in and around the Trinidad and Tobago age group setup for a little while, and you never want to see a player go down or get injured. You never wish that upon anybody, and I guess though it's a hazard of the job, if you will, fielding under the helmet.
That's why they call it silly point. But when he was first struck, I was fearful that he might have been struck somewhere on the helmet, but it turned out that he was struck on the hand, and we're hoping that there's no fracture, there's no real injury, because certainly that part of the arm is not well protected, and it was struck fiercely by Louis, and so that would have been a very hard blow to the young man's arm. So we are hoping that all is well, and certainly no one likes to see players being injured, especially our young players. Now, if he's is there with him, he's giving him some exercise, probably checking to ensure that all is well.
And we do have a world-class physio team at the West Indies Academy. Of course, there's nothing much better. Having played sports for so many years, there's also nothing much better than the magic spray. More often than not. And just to bring you up to date at the game going on, the other game in the West Indies 4-day championship being played here in St. Kitts and Nevis, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, who chose to bat first, are 88 for 3 into the afternoon session in that one as well. Vikash Mohan retired hurt on 14, hoping I haven't gotten any word on Vikash Mohan just yet, but hoping that he can return to bat, and it's nothing too serious as we're talking about injuries. Cephas Cooper 8, Jid Guli 3, the batters out. Amir Jangu out just after lunch for 27, and quite interesting that this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team is actually playing without Joshua De Silva. And they've gone with 3 debutants in Vikash Mohan, Cephas Cooper, and Jid Guli. So, yeah. No. That Trinidad and Tobago team: Vikash Mohan, Cephas Cooper, Jid Guli, Jason Mohammed, Amir Jangu, Tion Webster, Brian Charles, Terrence Hines, Jaden Seals, Anderson Phillip, and Carrie Pierre. No Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But you might say it is interesting, but what is good for us who would have come from Trinidad and Tobago and know that setup is good, because we get to see players like Vikash Mohan, Cephas Cooper, and Jid Guli, who we know in our age group setup and our first class setup, domestic setup in Trinidad, that these are guys who've been knocking on the door for a while. So we're glad to see them play. We hope the best for them, and really hope that injury to Vikash Mohan is nothing too serious to keep him out of the game or the tournament. And all seems to be well now.
In fact, Joseph went off the field. They seem to be waiting for a replacement. Oh, it seems as though the replacement is out there. But you mentioned Guli just now. I think he would have played some CPL matches.
Yeah, he did play. Yeah, he did play here with the St. Kitts Nevis and Patriots during the CPL. And Jid is one of those players who has scored runs for fun at times in some of our domestic club cricket back in Trinidad and Tobago. Has a lot of promise, and still quite a young chap. And Unfortunately, he only made 3 runs today, but he has the second innings, hopefully, to make amends. And we look forward to seeing them. Cut away, peeling off of the outside edge, just outside of the reach, is that Akimogist down there in the gully.
Well, it might have peeled off the outside edge, but it certainly aimed towards that gap. That's Ward, Terrence Ward, and picked up some 4 valuable runs for the Leeward Islands, 97 for 6. So the scoreboard beginning to look a lot better psychologically. Getting it past 100 would be good without losing another wicket.
In fact, it was Akimogis doing the retrieval, not attempting the catch. I want to go back to that Trinidad and Tobago team after this delivery. And I got the opportunity yesterday to see them in the nets. And for all those vested in West Indies cricket, I can tell you that Jaden Seals, yesterday during a net session, in my estimation, looked like he is back to full fitness. And he's been bowling and bowling with good rhythm and good pace, at least in the nets. So I'm looking forward to see how he goes, because now that the West Indies, there is competition now for the fast bowling places in the West Indies senior men's team. Of course, that's a given that Kemar Roach is going to retire soon at some point.
Well, do you have to wait until he retires? But that's another issue. But having said that, yes, he realized that it's a challenge for him, and he's not going to walk easily back into the team. So, but it's good to see him back on the park, because, somehow, even though we won that last test match in Australia, I don't think Shamar Joseph was supported as much as he could have been, especially on that last day of that test match. We had our experienced vice captain, Joseph, who I thought was giving away too much runs at the time. He was not tight enough. Yes, he's an attacking bowler, but sometimes you just have to support a bowler who's going well from the other end. You cannot be leaking runs from both ends. We know Sharma is very attacking, and he's going to give away some runs. So, let's hope that Seals is fit and good, and that there will be some serious competition for places.
Even his fast bowling partner in this game as well, in Anderson Phillip. Anderson Phillip is one who's been around the West Indies white ball setup, has been in and out, has had some injuries. I saw Anderson Phillip in the North-South Classic as we come to the end of another over, 97 for 6, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The North-South Classic is one of the trial matches before the Trinidad and Tobago team is selected. And Anderson Phillip himself, who has struggled a bit with injuries, as I mentioned, who's been in and around the white ball setup for Cricket West Indies, looked good in terms of his fitness and his rhythm bowling in that North-South Classic. My own opinion of this is that it's a great problem to have if you're Cricket West Indies and the likes of Andre Cooley and Darren Sammy, who are our head coaches. This is a wonderful problem to have.
Well, I think they have a bigger problem, the batting. So that is the one that really needs. Because if you look back over the years, I don't think our cricket has suffered so much from lack of having good bowlers. It's been mainly the batting and consistent performances from batsmen.
Guided away, backward of point, and just the 1 run. So keeping the scoreboard ticking over. In fact, that single brings up the 50-run partnership between Terrence Ward and Jeremiah Louis, 20 and 25 apiece, and respectively 51 deliveries each. So they're spending some time at the crease. The partnership coming in 99 deliveries, and these two would have come together the fall of that 6th wicket just about a half an hour to 45 minutes before the lunch interval.
This is where experience counts, and these two, like I said, they're very experienced players, and they know exactly what they have to do out there to get Leewards back into this game. They are not looking to do anything rash. And, sometimes people say that they should bring in a whole bunch of youngsters into a cricket team, but experience counts for something, and it's good sometimes to have a good mix in your team.
Indeed. And speaking about experience, Kevin Sinclair, with that first experience of international test match cricket, is in that Guyana setup, playing at Trinidad and Tobago at Connery Park presently. He's bowled 10 overs and 1 delivery. Hasn't taken any wickets yet and has gone for 28 runs. So
economical, but not penetrative.
So we wait to see how that experience at international level will play out for the young lad. Joshua Bishop continues here at Warner Park.
As you mentioned, Kevin Sinclair, though, he was drafted into the team at the expense of Moti, who I personally consider to be our best spinner here in the Caribbean. And it was my feeling.
Flicked away, and it's going to run past in between the leg gully and wicketkeeper Tuckett, and down to the fine leg boundary, and a welcome boundary. And indeed, it came off the bat as signalled by umpire Ramdani. So 4 runs added to the total, and 4 runs to the total of Terence Ward.
Yes, and in fact brings up the 100 for the Leeward Islands, 102 now for 6 from 32.5 overs. So these two looking to propel the Leeward Islands innings forward, and they have some. They really certainly put together a partnership now in excess of 50, and are doing well and looking to take this partnership further for the Leeward Islands, and probably, doing it in blocks, doing it in small stages. Probably they have small targets. Now they've crossed 100. They probably might be thinking in terms of looking to get to 125, or maybe 120, then 130, 140, 150, and who knows, take it beyond. But, probably looking to have some small targets in mind.
Indeed, and as we've mentioned time and time again, throughout the morning session and the early part of the afternoon session, spending time at the crease and building that partnership, as Yuan Lane continues from the media center end, 102 for 6. And this is the thing about, we mentioned this is 4-day cricket. This is not a T10, this is not a T20, not even a 50-over game. So they do have time. And we're talking about the setup of a West Indies, and we've always had a good cadre of bowlers, and the batting has been a bit of a challenge. And I have a colleague who always says that our regional players, batters in particular, he's talking about, they average, most of them, in and around 30, 35 at first class level. So we can't expect them to average 50 and 60 like the Joe Roots or the Kane Williamsons or the Steve Smiths, because they're only averaging about 30, 35 at the regional level. This one is short and pulled in the air into vacant space. It'll trickle away and into the hands of the fielder coming off the boundary at a square leg. That's Ashmead Ned, who does the fielding, and just 1 run added to the total. So from a batting perspective, what can we do? What can we do differently is the question being begged.
Well, that is so correct. Averaging 30 thereabout at first class level, it's very difficult to step up to the next level, and we see from time to time players who averaging just about that, going to the next level and not doing well, not succeeding. And in fact, it's very difficult. Some say that we need to structure our pitches in the Caribbean to assist the development of our batters and our bowlers. You provide pitches with even bounce. Of course, we know over the years, spin bowlers in particular in the Caribbean, they have been very successful, but they are the only ones who seem to, have a lot of assistance from the pitches. And then what you find happening is that when they go, our spinners go at international level, they're not very successful. So, we really need to provide the environment for our batters to grow and to make a lot more runs.
And this 4-day championship is part and parcel of that developmental process. This one is short from lane. It's pulled through mid-wicket. It's going to trickle, and into the boundary rope it goes. And a welcome 4 runs. So Terence Ward and Jeremiah Louis here. Terence Ward in particular getting into the act with a well-executed pull shot through mid-wicket brings us to the end of another over and 107 for 6. And more than just ticking over the scoreboard, they're finding run scoring just a bit easier now after lunch and being aided by a bit of a wayward bowling from the academy. And Captain Naim Young will want to be aware of just letting the reins go and letting Leeward Islands climb back into this one. Of course, when you have your foot on the lion, you don't remove your foot, for you might be bitten.
Yeah, certainly. But certainly these two, they're pulling Leewards back into this contest. And this has been a good knock between Ward and Jeremiah Louis. But it seemed as though we would be getting a bowling change from the...
That's Ashmead Ned, who's going to be coming into the bowling attack. So another spinner. So one spinner replacing another. Ashmead Ned replacing Joshua Bishop at that far end.
Track though seems to have flattened out considerably. Of course, the ball is getting a lot older. So, the bowlers wouldn't be able to extract as much as previously from the track.
I see Kadeem Allen down there at mid-off doing some stretches. Maybe he might be coming into the attack from this media center and in the next over. We wait to see. But Ashmead Ned on the money to start with. And he has a slip in place in Hakeem Ogist, a backward point, a regulation point, and a short extra cover and mid-off, all on that offside. This one just played down in front of him by Jeremiah Louis. There is a forward short leg, I beg your pardon, a mid-wicket and a mid-on on that leg side. So Ashmead Ned, another left-arm orthodox bowler, will be looking to drift the ball into Jeremiah Louis and get it to turn away from him, possibly into the waiting hands of Hakeem Ogist. There's one peeling off the outer half of the bat and down to the backward point fielder.
Jeremiah himself, a bowler. I think this track might very well suit him when he gets out there to bowl. As he picks up a single, very capable of using the seam well. So with a bit of grass there, this track might very well suit Jeremiah Louis when he goes out there to bowl, and I'm pretty certain he's trying very hard to get a decent total on the board.
Yeah, you mentioned that even as the wickets were falling, you said that 150 maybe. You just give their bowlers a fighting chance, and they do have bowlers of the likes of Louis in their lineup. Do the Leewards, and of course I made mention of Daniel Durham and Raheem Cornwall. Of course, Daniel Durham coming off of a wonderful Super 50 season a couple months ago, where he was one of the top wicket takers. We'll have to wait a while though to see him or Raheem Cornwall or Jeremiah Louis with ball in hand, as drinks have been called in this post-lunch session, and the score stands at 108 for 6. So while the players and umpires avail themselves, so will we. We'll be back in a short while. So, a signal from umpire Crawford upstairs to the scorers lets us know we're on the way in the post drinks in the post lunch session, and it's not Kadeem Allen as I thought, but Joshua James, who is the change bowler at the media center end, and he starts with one down the leg side.
Yes, and interesting field placement there the rod. No one in the deep on the offside. There's a long leg, there's a backward square back on the boundary, and then there's a short mid wicket. And on the offside, we have, you could say, 2 slips, wide apart, a gully, point, extra cover, and a mid off, all within what could be considered to be the 30-yard area.
Yeah, that umbrella field on the offside. And Joshua James here possibly looking to go with that short ball, probably as a surprise delivery, because he's pitched 2 straight on, just about that good length so far. But
yes,
those two fielders waiting on the leg side.
Yes, that would suggest that to me, and probably bowling a bit straight, and a miscue from the batsman could easily get him either top edge into the offside, which would not take it very far, or going into the onside to one of those waiting fieldsmen down there. If you're going to play across the line, if he's going to bowl straight, it's very likely if he top edges into the offside, it would not go very far.
This one short and just about off stump line. And if you remember one of his wickets on the day, that LBW, that was bowling straight and a bit of a change-up delivery. That's bowling straight and attacking the stumps. And this is good to see between Terence Ward and Jeremiah Louis having a bit of a chat mid-pitch, which suggests to me that they are switched on and they are game away.
Yes, they're level pegging at the moment, and they've been doing so for some time, both on 28. No ball signal there by umpire Crawford. So an extra run, an extra delivery. And this is what I was talking about when I was referring to the captain Cornwall. You could see the experience of those two. They coming out there, very selective. They're leaving outside the off stump, and as we speak, he's beaten. The edge is beaten, it looks like.
Well, wicketkeeper Tuckett thought he took the edge because he was celebrating. Everybody else appealed, he celebrated. But the end of an over, and at the end of the over, 108 for 6. But there you go, Joshua James right on the money, squaring him up in the over, and this time just fractionally squaring him. In fact, not fractionally, but he squared him up again in the over and beat that outside edge. So at the end of another over goes by, 108 for 6, and some testing times ahead here now for Jeremiah Louis and Terence Ward.
They've handled the pressure well, though, both of these batsmen, and they've done well so far. And just pulling back things a bit for the Leeward Islands, 108 for 6. 36 overs being sent down by the academy, the West Indies Academy. Of course, before lunch they would have bowled some 22 overs, so we have had 14 overs since lunch.
Yeah, so still just a tad behind that over rate. Because we'd have had the drinks break at that hour interval after coming back out from the lunch break. So just a tad behind, but of course with the spinners in operation, you'd expect them to get through quite a few overs.
The funny thing is that we have had a spinner operating since lunch from the far end.
Indeed. But we haven't seen the two spinners operating together, or two spinners at any time operating together. They've basically replaced each other at that far end, as you said. So he's gone with a seam from one end and a spin from the other, has a Naeem Young. And maybe as the afternoon session goes by and the ball gets softer, the pitch starts to wear, maybe we might see the two spinners in operation together.
maybe, but both of them similar. Two left arm spinners, Ned and of course Bishop. So perhaps the captain would not opt to have the two in operation at the same time, looking for a bit of variety. But we have had another over completed. It's 108 for 6. The Leeward Islands Hurricane, after being inserted, Ward is 28 and Louis also 28. And the next good score, or the next batsman who would have had something of note would have been Jamal Hamilton, who scored 22. But Leeward's looking to fight back here. These two players, they're in their backyard. Terence Ward, of course, who hails from the St. Paul's area, but would have played a lot of cricket here at Warner Park. Ward, of course, being a very good footballer, one of the top footballers in St. Kitts. In fact, he would have represented St. Kitts, but opted to specialize in cricket eventually. But a very good footballer indeed.
Well, cricketer says thank you. He's made the decision to come this side of the sporting arena.
Oh yes, and like I said, he would have gone off to England where he would have played in some leagues there and has done very well. He would have had a couple of years there. I think he should be going back this year, probably after this year's tournament.
So Joshua James continues from the media center end, lifting delivery. Jeremiah Louis is in line and playing down in front of him with that ring of fielders on the offside. Two slips, a gully, a backward point, a regulation point, if you will. More of a regulation point rather than a backward point. Extra cover and a mid-off. Of course, the two slips are spread apart, more like a third and a fifth slip. As this one is driven past the outstretched hand of Kudimalin and into the boundary. So another 4 runs added to the total, moving it up to 112 for 6.
Very good shot indeed there by Jeremiah Louis, driving it straight to the right of Aline, who is at mid-off. And once it had gotten past him, the ball just raced away down to the boundary of 4. Of course, this outfield, a very fast outfield. And with that boundary, Louis has moved into the 30s. And it's 112 for 6. And some respectability being brought to the scoreboard.
Short delivery here from Joshua James. Keeping him honest, I guess.
Well, he thought of pulling, but then pulled out.
Two fielders waiting on that leg side. The long leg and a square leg who's not exactly back on the boundaries. Probably about 15 yards off of the rope. So he's about 3/4, 2/3 the way to the boundary rope. But definitely out there for that miscued pull shot or hook shot. This one is a bit straighter, a little bit fuller. Tucked around the corner down to that long leg fielder, and a 1 run added to the total.
Probably taking him a bit high on the bat, close to the handle. But well played in the end though, and he picked up a single. And when you look at these two players out there, you can see that they're not just tail enders who go bat a bit, but they are proper batsmen, they're capable batsmen. And that is why I said that Leewards could still get to 150 plus maybe, But the academy here would be looking to pick up wickets. They would be looking to break the
Ball
partnership. And
edged, given, indeed.
Well, right on cue.
The good old commentator's curse by Earl Smith in this time. But just in that corridor was Joshua James. And really just hanging the bat, not fully forward, getting to the line of the ball. And probably just a hint of movement off the seam as well from Joshua James.
Hint of movement and hint of bounce also. He got that one to bounce a bit, just on about or just outside the off stump. And as you rightly said, there was a hint of movement. And it drew Ward into the shot. And he took the outer edge and the keeper did the rest. So
Colin Archibald it will be, along with Mbike Joseph. Mbike Joseph is coming back out after picking up that injury with the helmet in hand. But the new batter is Colin Archibald.
And this is one of the opening bowlers for the Leeward Islands also. He himself, he would have gotten some runs at Leeward Islands level before he would have picked up a few half centuries. And last year, of course, his high score was 24. But the Leewards, I'm pretty certain that they would be happy with even a 24 from Colin Archibald this afternoon. That, of course, would help them to get up towards the 150 plus.
I was just about to ask you, are there anything, is there still something called tail enders? I know growing up, I would hear my uncles and they always talk about the likes of Courtney Walsh and Curtly Ambrose and these guys as tail enders. I think in the modern game, it's almost expected that
you can still find a few around.
At least in the modern game, I think you have to do at least two facets well. You have to field and bowl well, or field and bat well. But you find more and more bowlers being able to bat.
Yeah, that is true.
As Ashmead Net continues from the far end. And the score now with the fall of that Terence Ward wicket, now 113 for 7. So Leeward Islands is sinking even further into some trouble here. And Terence Ward will definitely be mightily disappointed having gotten to that figure we spoke about with our regional players getting just about 30 runs and then getting out. And Jeremiah Louis, on the other hand, who is on 33, will want to ensure that he finds a way with the remaining three batters to usher himself, first of all, from a personal level, to at least a half century. And then, of course, usher his team to a respectable total.
What I could tell you, though, is that was a very good breakthrough there for the academy. In fact, seems to have brought them back to life. You could hear them chirping out there now. They sound lots of encouragement, and there is a loud appeal for a leg before. Umpire remained unmoved as the ball ran into the offside. But
we get a chance to look at it again, Earl, and you can see here probably just drifting with the arm. But again, remember, Ashmead Ned is bowling with that angle into the batter, looking to get the ball to straighten. And I don't think on this surface there is that much turn. And you can see the leg pull just over the hip of the batter. So definitely probably going down the leg side.
Yeah, they seem to have been angling down a bit. But we'll never know. But certainly the umpire, in his wisdom, decided not to give it out.
Of course, he is in a much better position than we are. This one outside the off stump. And fielders around the bat as well. And you can see that pep in the step of the academy as another over comes to a close. That energy, that after lunch energy back into the movements of the West Indies Academy. And
what was good though is that they picked up a wicket in the last over, and Ashmead Ned responded well from the far end with a very good over, kept things tight, kept the informed batsman, the set batsman in check. And I think that was in fact a maiden over ball there by Ashmead Ned. So that, in fact, was a very, very good cricket there by the academy.
And that just highlights something that when we were talking about the West Indies men's senior team, and you were mentioning at times that while Shamar Joseph was going, Alzari Joseph and other bowlers were not as economical as they should have been, and this is good partnership bowling here by the academy.
Certainly.
So Joshua James will want to follow up his previous over where he got the wicket. The maiden over with another tight over here. Colin Archibald to face his first delivery, and he turns one down the leg side as we have a 13th fielder, if you will. I have to give the stumps of the 12th fielder.
Rushing for cover since the ball coming towards it. But we have been graced by those creatures when we are having cricket matches here. You know, they seem to enjoy the game here at Warner Park. We have had pigeons, we have had doves, we have had some fowls, and ever so often a few dogs. So, of course, this is part of their territory.
I think that's one of the things that tends to make the West Indies so unique. I come back to it if nothing happens. This one is down the leg side, and Naeem Young with that ball angling down the leg side has chosen to move from where he was at probably a regulation square leg or a short mid wicket, and he's gone about halfway back to the boundary. So possibly reverting to that ploy to Jeremiah Louis of the surprise short ball, getting miscuing a pull or a hook.
In terms of a Young's captaincy, though, how would you say that he has handled the side today?
I think Naeem Young has done very well today. I think they always say the toss is 50-50, but at the end of the day, the toss does happen. And when the toss goes up, you win or you lose. When you win, you have to make the choice. And you could so easily make the wrong choice. And from that onset, though, I had the honor of actually calling the toss with match referee Rian King and the two captains, Naeem and Rakim. And Naeem read the conditions perfectly. And from the moment I asked him, what are you going to do and why, he said, I'm going to have a bowl, grass on the surface, overcast conditions, there may be some rain around. I want to extract whatever I can from this surface and give my bowlers the best opportunity. So from that onset, from the start, he's been good. And then when the game progressed, probably saving apart that little period after lunch where I guess most people are, you're a little lackluster. Generally, his bowling changes have been on point. We questioned why he chose to go with the spinner so early within the first hour of play. It was just about 45-50 minutes into play. But it paid dividends because Joshua Bishop ended up taking a wicket before lunch. And then now after lunch, choosing to go with spinners from one end and seamers from the other. And it's paid the dividends because, as you just pointed out, a maiden over by Ashmead Ned, following up an over with a wicket from Joshua James. So his bowling changes have been good. So that's two great points to me that I've been impressed with Naeem today. Definitely his reading of conditions from the onset at the toss, and then his bowling changes and the use of his bowlers today. Of course, the third thing, his field placements. He is, for the most part, even when his spinners were in operation from this end, from both ends actually, he was always on the attack. He always had a slip in place. He always had a forward short leg or a silly point in place. So he has been on that prowl and on the attack for looking for wickets, and he's felt the game. He's felt the game going in his direction and the direction of his team, and he's continued with that with his field placings.
Yes, and he has been able to keep his players very disciplined out there. Certainly, they have not panicked. There were times when you felt that the Leewards, especially when Ward and Louis were batting, you felt that they were pulling.
Chance!
Chance indeed, but a bad return. And the ball going wide of the keeper.
I hasten to say that that's a wicketkeeper throwing to a wicketkeeper.
Clark,
and we get the chance to see it again, but looking for that quick single, looking to turn over the strike, and looking to get back on strike was Jeremiah Louis. A better throw probably would have had him in some trouble indeed. But Rivaldo Clark, although he is a wicketkeeper, he is a very good fielder nonetheless, because he did well to get around from behind square and get even finer to the ball, and he released quickly. Just a little errant in his throw. But creating chances, and definitely the academy, as you mentioned, Naim Young has kept his charges on their toes and very disciplined throughout the session and the half so far that we've had.
Still struggling while the partnership between Louis and Ward was going. We felt that they were in with a very good chance of taking it past the 150 mark, but now they're looking for another partnership at this point, and they're hoping that Archibald and Louis could stay there for some time.
Cut away, but only to Rivaldo Clark yet again at a backward point. I think you mentioned it in the first session, that phrase, game away, and once Jeremiah Louis is aware of where he's at, where the innings is at, and he understands his batting partner, and they bat in, again, a partnership. Doesn't matter how long, at this juncture, we're still on the first day, mind you. Take as long as they can and bat as deep as possible, possibly to the close of play. If they can do that, they definitely will get past that 150. As it stands for now, 115 for 7, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So that man that I thought was going to come into the attack before now has ball in hand in Kadeem Allen, and I'm going to get a chance to see him here live. I mentioned to you earlier in the day that he did have quite a good outing in the Super 50 tournament playing for the combined campuses and colleges. And he is a strapped lad, as you can see in his run-up. This one, he bowls a heavy ball, does Kadeem Allen. He does hit a heavy ball as well. He can
imagine with his size.
But definitely he's in now from the media center end. His first delivery, a dot ball, just tucking Colin Archibald up. And there you go, evidence again of what we were talking about with Naeem Young. Still on the hunt for wickets. Of course, you have the team down 7, and he has 2 slips. Gully, point, cover mid-off on the offside. This one flicked through mid-wicket. It's bouncing away. Is it going to get there? No, it's not. And is that Ashmead Ned, did it look like, who doing the fielding down there at mid-on? Ashmead Ned it was indeed. So a couple of runs, 3 in fact, added to the total, carrying it up to 118 for 7.
Yes, just a push over the infield. Not powerfully struck. It's a flick, clearing the man there at mid-on, the left-handed Colin Archibald, and picking up 3 runs. Not enough power to take it to the boundary, but 3 valuable runs nevertheless. So 118 for 7 now, the Leeward Islands, and Archibald has gone on to 5.
Driven, but straight to Joshua James at mid-off. I was just about to point out to you as you were saying that to take a look at the field. And for Jeremiah Louis, he has those 2 fielders out on the leg side. So with that heavy ball that Kadeem Allen bowls, we may see a couple of short deliveries coming into the fray. There's still that ring of fielders on the offside, of course, and they're still looking for wickets on that side of the pitch, looking for that outside edge. Couple of slips in place and the gully.
Slips, of course, wide apart.
There's one short. It's cut just out of the outstretched hand of Becky Joseph. It is indeed at a point, and it runs into the boundary now on that eastern end for 4 runs. Short and wide from Kadeem Allen, and getting up and over the bounce of the ball was Jeremiah Louis, and into the boundary.
Very good shot indeed, and taking his total on to 37. And we are into the 120s now for the Leeward Islands. And Jeremiah Louis would be looking to take this deep for the Leeward Islands. He has really been solid in this knock so far.
Yeah, just about a half an hour, not quite ready is Jeremiah Louis. Someone or something moving downstairs below us there, just throwing the batter. But he is in that zone there, 37. That average of our batters in the Caribbean. He can definitely take it as deep as possible. Just about half an hour again before that tea interval. And that 150 mark is even that much closer with those couple of shots in the over so far. Short and wide again, but this one is played out to Ashmead Ned at extra cover. So that 150 looks quite a lot more possible now than it did probably about an hour or 2 ago.
Well, certainly. The question is whether or not Louis is going to try and farm the strike. I don't think he's at a stage yet where he needs to. 7 wickets down. Archibald a capable batter.
Short.
Almost saw a run out earlier on. One got the impression that he was looking to get back the strike in the next over.
Well, I think you will have mentioned it time and time again that many of these boys, Jeremiah Louis, Terrence Ward, Colin Archibald, though they may be bowlers, and they are quite capable with the bat. So I definitely agree with you. I don't think that he needs to farm the strike just yet.
Certainly not.
At the end, that of course brings us to the end of another over. At the end of another over, 122 for 7. I'm going to take my leave and leave you in the capable hands of Anna Lakan to take you through till the tea interval.
To you.
Yeah, I hope you had a very good flight getting here.
Yes, indeed.
I heard you went through Miami and came down to St. Kitts. I'm just kidding. But, Anila, as you can see, the academy, they're doing a very good job here. They have picked up 7 of the Leeward Islands wickets. It's now 122 for 7 from some 42 overs.
But as we both know, this academy team is a very oiled machine indeed. So one doesn't, it would be too surprised at all that sometimes, they could dominate some of the better teams in the region, and they have done so.
Yes, certainly. And certainly they have dominated, as you rightly said, they have dominated the Leeward Islands today. And it's been a struggle for the Leeward Islands to get up to the 122 runs they have scored so far.
But having looked at the surface, it does seem to have something in it for the bowlers. There's a tinge of green, nice layering of grass on the surface. It will encourage, the bowlers, both the seamers and the spinners.
It's not the typical Warner Park track, of course. Normally, you'll see a Warner Park track which is bare most time. You might find a slight covering of grass, but this one has quite a bit of grass, and in some instances a number of patches, so you would expect
well, that in itself will tell me that you will have a variable bounce.
Certainly, but it has played fairly well, surprisingly, from what I saw earlier on.
Well, it seems to be a very firm surface, so one would expect that apart from getting lateral movement, there's going to be some bounce and offer. And if the fast bowlers like Joshua James and company, continue to bend their back, this innings could be folded, in a very quick time.
Surprisingly, though, the captain seems to prefer to use a spinner at the far end. In fact, he brought a spinner on quite early. Bishop came into the attack quite early when, at that point, we expected that he would have used another seamer, because, as I rightly said, there was some lateral movement for the fast bowlers. And the fast bowlers, the captain himself, they were picking up wickets. He in fact picked up 2 wickets in his first over. But he has opted to use a spinner from the far end and a fast bowler from this end.
So I'm sure Naim Young, the captain of this youthful team, would have assessed the conditions pretty well, and that assessment would have done possibly in the first 2 to 3 overs of this the beginning of this innings. And I'm sure his rotation of bowlers in terms of where the spinners and seamers bowl, he would be encouraged by something that he has seen in the surface.
Well, certainly won the toss, and from all reports, he had no hesitation in inserting the Leeward Islands.
Had the Leeward Islands won the toss, you in your own way, you felt that the Leeward Islands possibly would have taken the opportunity to explore the conditions as well?
Well, in fact, yes. The captain said so at the toss, that he would have inserted the opposition also. It's a good shot into the cover region for a single by Jeremiah Louis.
Lovely back foot cover drive. Not really getting the connection that he wanted, but was able to find the gap on the offside. And the score goes up by 1, so it's 124 for 7. The Leeward Islands continue to fight along. Both Archibald and Jeremiah Louis. We do know of Jeremiah Louis. He is a very dangerous customer indeed. And for me, what I've seen in the past is that he hits the ball in some very strange areas. So he's very difficult to bowl to.
Certainly. And he had a top score of some 74 runs, or he got into the 70s last year. Had a high score of 70 plus, and previously he would have gotten a couple of 50s in previous tournaments. So, as you rightly said, he hits the ball in some strange areas, and he has the ability to pick up runs and pick them up quickly also.
Yeah, he's very fearless indeed. Anything in his arc, he tends to go very hard indeed.
Here's a good shot from the batsman, the left-handed Archibald, and he does not even bother to run. He just takes a few steps down the track, played nicely into the onside and out to the widest long on boundary for 4. That's a good shot.
Yeah, Karim Allen just getting a bit too straight there, going down, going wide of the crease. They're creating that angle for Colin Archibald just to use his subtle wrist there, bisecting the mid-wicket to his right and mid-on to his left. And away she goes for a boundary. So a welcome boundary to this Leeward Islands score.
This one is a bit straight. This is more or less on the leg stump. And pushed gently into the onside by Archibald. But Archibald at this stage would be looking to build a partnership here with Louis. The academy, on the other hand, they know that these, I'm pretty certain that Young, he has been around for some time, so he would know that these two players could be dangerous. But they can score quickly, so he would be looking to break this partnership as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but being the skipper of this youthful team, the West Indies Academy, Naim Young, a very ambitious cricketer in his own right, have done some special things during his short career. I'm sure he will be fancying himself together with his chargers, to get this Leeward Islands team out, possibly, maybe just about this around this tea interval.
Yeah, certainly. The interesting thing, though, is how the academy would respond on this track. And, there's always the saying that we never know how good or how bad a wicket or pitch is until both teams have batted on it.
Certainly indeed. And that man, Jeremiah Louis, if there's anyone in that Leeward Islands attack and explore the conditions, it's going to be him.
Well, you know the man very well, because earlier on, before you came on, I was saying the same thing to my good friend Gerard. I was telling him that these conditions would suit Jeremiah Louis very, very, very much. And you're bang on target there. I agree with you totally.
You see, he's got that ability, something that we don't see very often with West Indies fast bowlers, where bowlers have the ability to swing the ball both ways, through the air and off the pitch. And Jeremiah Louis is a very skillful operator.
Yes, certainly. I agree with you fully with that, and I feel that he's going to be key when the Leeward Islands take the field. He's going to be a key bowler here today. And he has been very successful at the regional level. He has picked up quite a number of wickets at the regional level. So the academy would have a challenge on hand when they go to bat.
But I'm sure, the academy players, their analysts would have done considerable amount of work in terms of what the threats are in terms of this contest.
Yes, I would agree with that. They would have done some work on that, but at the same time, the practical is always different to the theory.
Well, I totally agree. And with the conditions, overcast conditions, above, clouds not really moving much, I'm sure it's going to stay for an extended period of time. Jeremiah Lewis Louis does have the that skill level to make that 5.5 ounces torque on a surface like this.
Yes, certainly, and as we've said, he's going to be key to this attack. And the Leeward Islands too, they do have a pretty good attack. We have Durham, who was very successful in the Super 50. In fact, he would have picked up some 7 wickets in his first outing for the Leeward Islands. Very tall man. The captain himself, Akeem Cornwall, very tall, extracts a bit of bounce from the track. So I think the academy would be challenged, and it would be interesting to see how they would handle the situation. But the track seemed to have leveled out a bit, seemed to have quietened down a bit also, but there still seems to be something there.
Well, I'm just trying to come to terms with what Kadeem Allen is trying to do. He just seems to want to act that ball into the left-hander, but for some reason or the other, he's just going so wide of the crease, and the angle is just taking that ball on about the leg stump, which is really meat and drink. Of someone like Colin Archibald, he will take you up all day. I'd love to see him come over the wicket and try and angle that ball back into the left-hander from over the wicket.
Yes, that certainly does not appear to be a wicket-taking option. In fact, he has given away a few runs to Archibald so far, just angling it into the pads, and Archibald has been able to flick him into the onside and pick up runs.
Well, if it's a deliberate ploy, to do something like that, one would thought that, skipper Naim Young would take the opportunity, possibly strengthen that leg side, possibly maybe a short, fine leg. So if it does, when he tickles, it goes into the air, it will create an opportunity.
Yeah, as we spoke, one of the slips, Joseph, was removed and placed into a very straightish extra cover, more mid-off, short mid-off position. And then he bowls a short ball, which is pulled into the onside for 4.
Yeah, so a very poor choice of delivery there from Kadeem Allen. Haven't made the change. Look at it. It's halfway down the track and really asking to be put away. And Jeremiah Louis continues to blossom here at Warner Park. Moves into the 40s here now.
In fact, 42 and eyeing what would be a well-deserved half-century, 132 for 7. And the Leewards inching towards 150 in the first instance. Short, innocuous, rather harmless bouncer. In fact, signal wide there by the umpire.
And the umpire, with that signal, says it all. It has been poor bowling indeed. You've just moved someone from the leg side and strengthened the offside. But you go into the pitch, right?
Well, in fact, he would have moved him from second slip or wide, well, more or less like a fourth slip position. And but you're right. I mean, and bowling short, it does not make sense. Of course, there's a man at more or less at long leg, and there's a man at square leg, just about 3/4 way out towards the boundary.
And if Jeremiah Louis were to take on a Kadeem Allen and gets the top edge, that man at square leg may really find himself just being too much inside the boundary there if that ball were to top edge and go over his head. To me, that's Russian roulette.
That's right.
It's either you patrolling the boundary or you're trying to save a single. And in that situation, he can't save a single, and he's really selling himself short in that way.
Yeah, certainly. I certainly agree with you totally on that one. But obviously, Louis is not too interested in pulling or hooking at this moment. He's prepared to get on it. In fact, these bounces are rather innocuous. They're not really threatening the batsman and not forcing the batsman into anything.
Well,
Uh,
based on the current field, one would have thought that maybe he would have taken the opportunity to come from around the wicket and try and get into the rib cage of Jeremiah Lewis. Do something that's different.
yes, certainly. This time he's bowling one on target, and Louis is just defending. But Louis seems to be very much in control of the situation out there, and he's not being baited by the bowler Joseph.
Well, Well, one has to take into consideration the experience of the likes of Jeremiah Louis, and when you look at this innings from where the Leeward Islands were, 42 in these conditions, would on another day would have counted for much more.
Yes, certainly. Certainly he has played it well, and he has. He has mixed his aggression with defense very well.
And that's something that is very important when building a partnership.
Certainly, he had a good partnership going with Terence Ward. And they were able to pull things back a bit for the Leeward Islands. And he would be hoping that he gets some support here now from Archibald.
Well, at the end of the day, Colin Archibald is doing what is required. He's playing a situational cricket in my estimation, in that he's playing within his limitations, but still being very effective.
Yes, and he's showing good defense here. He's prodding forward to the left arm.
Ned?
And he's not looking to do anything rash at the moment. He's defending well. And certainly that is what is required at the moment. Lots of time left in this game still.
Yeah, we're just into the second session of 12 at least 12 sessions available.
That's right.
To both teams, and we are into session number 2. We could safely say that the Academy dominated the first session in this game.
Yes, certainly. There's no question about that. At lunch, 6 wickets were down for the Leeward Islands. And the Academy was the Leeward Islands, there was just about some 60 runs or thereabout at lunchtime. So that is pure dominance by the Academy.
So we're seeing a lovely arm ball there from Ashmead there, just hurrying up Colin Archibald a bit. But looking at that delivery, just under his eyes, and we're able to caress it out to that short extra cover position. There's no run.
We are in over number 47. There's another 43 overs left in the day's play. So we are still a long way to go. He was going at just 2.85 runs per over. At one stage they had gone past 3 runs per over. But for most part, they were below that 3 runs per over. As we see the players leaving the field, and it's tea time. In fact, it's a water break. And we do have some time left for tea still. I'm sort of preempting the tea break, but still some time left. But certainly we'll take Yeah, so we're back with play after a short water break. Joseph will continue from the media center end as Louis gets behind that one and plays it nicely into the offside. But certainly the academy has been in control throughout the day.
Is it the kind of surface that you would say that, there's a one that's going to misbehave or do something, a bit abnormal?
Yes, it might be, but the thing is you cannot go out there and play the surface, because what I find rather surprisingly is that it has played fairly well. It is one that really took off.
Yeah.
But
So we were just we were just saying that, and that just took off from a good length.
yeah, that's right. It really took off. And but fortunately for the batsman, it moved away a bit from him, and it was outside the off stump, and the height at which that one went by, it did not pose any problem to the batsman. But certainly at the same time too, you cannot go out there and play the wicket. You have to try and play each ball on its merit. But having said that, man could take off like he did a while ago.
Yes, indeed. And if a delivery of that nature, presents itself, you want to ensure that you have catchers in place that could, benefit from that type of delivery. What we are seeing is, now it has changed. There were two gullies in position.
Yeah, but in fairness though, I'm not really seeing batsmen really getting out to the from deliveries that did something untoward. Right? Probably might have been a good length delivery. One or two might have seemed the way. We saw Cornwall, for example, not really using good judgment. He had left a couple alone outside the off stump and then decided to flash at a wide delivery outside the off stump, and it took the edge and it went through to the keeper. So some of it has been down to lack of match awareness by some of the Leeward Island batters.
And that brings us to a very critical question, indeed, in the fact that how has the preparation been for the Leeward Islands?
Well, I think they would have had a bit of preparation. I'll get back to that in a moment as Joseph goes in. He is one which is signaled wide by umpire Crawford. Was short, lifting over the batsman head. He did not even have to duck at that one. What I can tell you is that the Leeward Islands, they would have had a couple of matches in preparation for this tournament. They journeyed over to Nevis for one weekend, and they had a match there. Young Michael Louis, in fact, had 100. There was a match scheduled in St. Kitts though, and I think that match, for some reason, they said that match didn't come off because the pitch was affected by water and no rain fell. I understand. I don't know what really took place there, but I don't think that match really took place. So the question is whether or not they would have had enough preparation to go into this tournament. We know over the years the Leeward Islands, at the start of any tournament, they have not done well, but as the tournament progresses, they have come into their own and done a lot better.
But based on what you just said, what do you contribute that to over the years, in terms of the Leeward Islands being slow starters?
Well, just what I was saying, they have not prepared enough, they have not played enough cricket. I know from what I've been hearing that you have been playing a lot of cricket in Trinidad, for example, but we do not play much cricket here in the Leewards. Antigua probably might play more cricket than the rest of the Leewards, but in St. Kitts, for example, they play a lot of, well, not a lot, but they do play T10 cricket and this sort of stuff, which is not ideal preparation for the cricket. There's no really going on in St. Kitts.
Just coming back to the T10 format, what's your personal view in terms of cricket development? when it comes to participating in T10 tournaments?
Well, I always feel that the best way of learning cricket is from the whether it's a 3-day, 4-day a match where you develop your skills. You're taught to play the game properly. You're taught to bat properly, bat long, and develop cricket sense. Because one of the problems too with a lot of our players, they don't really have cricket sense. And, that is very important when you're playing cricket. And I think the T10 cricket is,
It's entertainment.
It's entertaining by sorting
but it
cricket
doesn't,
in general.
yeah, it doesn't improve the cricket at all. If anything, it sometimes takes away, from a player who has some ability. Because there's no opportunity to really build an innings or get into the pitch and really get the pace and all that. There's absolutely no time for that. From the moment you step out, you've got to go.
Well, I mean, the evidence is there. Some of the best 2020 and short format players are some of the better test cricketers. There's no question about that. But here is one brilliantly taken there at slip by a geese. As it's edged by Archibald. Good delivery and a good length, and the ball peeling off the outside edge. And a brilliant catch there. We look at it again.
Yeah, Ned.
Ned.
Yeah, and this ball just seems to be leaving the left-hander there. Possibly the arm ball just going away, with the arm. Possibly maybe a hint of drift
Yes,
as
certainly.
well. Defeated Colin Archibald, but a wonderful catch at full slip. So the academy team, they continue to make further inroads into this Leeward Islands team, but a very big blow indeed in the context of this partnership that was developing for the Leeward Islands.
Oh, certainly. And Archibald contributed 10 runs, but most importantly, he was giving good support to Jeremiah Lewis on 42. He was holding up an end well. But the catch too was a brilliant one.
Yeah, I'm not sure who was the catcher at first slip, but O'Geese, yeah. And, he was leaping to his left and blocked a wonderful catch there at first slip, going full stretch to his left and taking a wonderful catch indeed. So the academy team continues to dominate this Windward Islands team. And looking at it now with Daniel Durham, I don't think he has all that in terms of his batting ability. I mean, I'm not trying to discredit his batting ability, but it's not one that is going to leave you sleepless at nights.
Well, my good friend Gerard would not agree with you. He said there are no real tail enders these days, but I know I've seen a few around the world, so I certainly wouldn't argue with you with that one. So, but there's still some players who are just genuine tail enders. But who knows? He might have been doing some practicing behind the scene, and he might surprise us today.
Well, I'm sure the Leeward Islands, they will welcome that.
What I could tell you too is that over the years, players they have had the tendency to work on their batting in the nets, and you have seen a number of players whose batting would have improved over the years. And once you're at this level of cricket, or any level of cricket for that matter, you would want to contribute with the bat. He's not looking too bad so far with the first couple of deliveries he has faced. Durham.
Yeah, Durham just very watchful at this stage. Ashmead Ned, getting rid of Colin Archibald there. So very watchful at this time is Durham. He comes stylishly forward.
Well, that's a very good defensive shot there. That's a model defensive shot. And some top order batsmen would be proud of that. So he's not as bad as you might suggest.
Well, I hope he proves me wrong today.
Well, he has kept out a number of deliveries in that over. Some 3 or 4 deliveries he has kept out.
But at this stage of the innings, how do Jeremiah Louis continue to play his innings? Now, at this stage, does he start thinking, do I need to possibly farm the strike? Do I possibly need to press the accelerator? You being Jeremiah Louis, how would you play this situation at this stage?
Well, initially, I would think in terms of farming the strike, which might be a bit difficult at this point. The academy, they have been sharp, and I'm pretty certain they would be looking to cut off those singles. We would have noticed that there's no fielder in the deep at any time during the course of the on the offside. So they would be looking to probably block out any singles and keep him off strike. He's on strike at the moment though, and but he has answered our question right away. He has gently turned one into the onside and picked up a single.
Yeah, very good work indeed. Just waited on that delivery, and with the angle, just used his wrist and access acreage of space at square leg, and he was able to rotate the strike. So that's Jeremiah Louis, who was doing some good work with the bat there. But in comes Daniel Durham. So another slip is going to go into position. So we're going to have 2 slip, a gully, a backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
And of course, we would have had a bowling change from this. And Lane is the bowling operation. His second delivery outside the off stump. And though I'm allowing it through to the keeper, Tuckett.
Some lovely carry there for Johan Lane. That ball just touching down about off stump and holding his line through to the keeper.
Tells us though that the batsman Louis, he has some confidence in the ability of Durham.
Well, at this stage, I must admit I am a bit surprised that he has taken that decision so early in Durham's innings. But I'm sure he knows a lot more of Durham than both of us.
Oh, certainly. And so far, Durham has looked good. He has been defending well. He's getting well in line, and he's playing with a good defensive bat. Outside the off stump from Lane, it's wide of the off stump, and that Yorker seemed to have gone out the game quite a bit. In cricket these days, one would have thought that with the tail end and Lane coming back, he would have been looking to bowl a number of Yorkers, trying to get in a number of Yorkers on the stumps of the batsman Durham.
Yeah, the old-fashioned Yorker. More often than not, does the castle the stumps.
Well, this one is on the stumps this time, not quite a Yorker, but just on a good length to the batsman who Durham, who plays it into the onside up to mid-on. It was fielded, but not the Yorker we have been asking for, not right up in the block hole and looking to knock out the poles of the batsman.
Yeah, I would love to see one of those two crushers.
He's opted to go short this time. And Durham has no trouble in allowing it through to the keeper outside the off stump. So Lane probably not doing what his captain would
have asked of him. But the score at this stage, 135 for 8. No way the Leeward Islands is out of this contest based on the conditions that continue to exist. I'm sure whatever runs is added to this total, they would definitely back themselves, to put some pressure on this youthful West Indies academy team.
Yes, certainly. They will certainly back themselves. And Louis gets the strike now. And let's see if he would take a single from the first delivery of this over if the opportunity presents itself. He's forcing up to cover but can't score.
If I'm a betting man, I wouldn't be spending my money like that.
I see. That's interesting. If you're a betting man.
So excellent bowling there from Ashmi Ned. And on a type of surface like this, I think it's very important to bowl a wicket to wicket, bowl very straight indeed, because that one ball may just hit the surface and do something different.
Yes, certainly.
And here we see Louis flirting with danger there, trying to cut that ball on the off stump there, living dangerously.
Oh, yes, on off, center and off, probably. And, well, he's been in for some time, so managing to keep it out.
Trusting his eye, as we would say.
Oh, yes. Doing that and succeeding in keeping it out. He would be seeing it well now, would be seeing it big like a football. He has been there for some time, and he knows the pace of the pitch quite well, drives up to wideish mid-off for a single, as Joseph picks up, so he gets off strike. He leaves one delivery in the over for Durham to face.
To negotiate. Nice flowing off drive there from Jeremiah Louis. Just extending those levers and caressing it up to long off. There's a single on offer.
Oh, that's a good bit of feeling there by the captain, Naim Young. Moving quickly to his left at short mid-wicket as the over comes to an end. And it's 136 for 8, and we have had some 51 overs completed.
So just about half of the day's play into the books. 51, 29, 39 overs still available in the day's play.
So we are back with Lane, who will continue. 8 wickets are down, and it seems as though play is extended into, well, for another half an hour at least, as Louis turns this one into the onside and picks up a single.
So Jeremiah Louis continues to prosper here at Warner Park, doing exactly what his teammates will want, to stay out there for as long as possible, but more important, whenever the opportunity presents itself, a scoring opportunity, he's able to cash in. But what he has done also is allowed Durham now with 5 deliveries to negotiate.
Yes, showing some confidence in Durham, who gets one outside the off stump, short and wide. Does not play a shot. And of course, at this point, T should have already been taken. But if I'm correct, it seems as though these days, once 8 wickets are down, they extend it for another half an hour to well, I could be wrong. It could be a question of making up for the last time this morning also. But we'll get some confirmation on that later on.
So nice lifting delivery there from Lane on the body of Durham. Durham just flinching a bit, but was able to negotiate it quite nicely in the end.
Durham has looked good so far. He has handled himself well so far, and he has shown good defense, and shows that at least he has some ability to keep it out. We have not seen that searing Yorker from lane was opted to be shot most of the time. And he is driving nicely up to wideish mid-off, but can't score.
Well, a nice flowing off drive there from Durham. A pitch up delivery from Lane. So Lane changing his length ever so often. Possibly just trying to push him back. And we'll see that toe crusher coming sometime.
Well, he's changing his line of approach now. He's going around the wicket. So perhaps the toe crusher is coming. No, it's a good delivery on a good length. And Durham defends nicely and gets it into the offside. But who knows? Lane might be looking to surprise Durham with that toe crusher.
Yeah, and I like what I see from Johan Lane in the sense that he's changing the angles, he's going over the wicket, he's coming round the wicket. So he's not really, being predictable by any stretch of the imagination.
So that's a good one. And Durham is looking to pull into the onside. And he misses it completely, and through it went to the keeper. So 137 for 8. And
looking at it again. And it's one of those deliveries where when it gets above the chest, it's very difficult indeed to control. And again, it's all about assessing what is taking place. You have Jeremiah Louis, who is batting brilliantly on 45. All you got to do is understand clearly what your role is.
That's right. It's a question of match awareness. And Durham probably tempted into an aggressive shot. It was a good delivery. It was a well-directed bouncer. It was just on about center stump and going over the batsman's shoulder. And he was looking to pull. Not really in a position to play the shot. But nevertheless, I think that was just a question of ego.
Yeah, I think that was very much ill-advised at this stage. All he should have done was just drop his hands and allow it to go into the keeper. But as you say, ego
That's
for
right.
these youngsters.
Yeah.
They like to fight fire with fire. But
That's
more often, when it doesn't come off, it looks very ugly indeed.
Yeah, so Ned continues. He has been very steady. He has bowled very well today. And has picked up a couple of wickets also. But so far this has been a very good performance from the academy. Louis looking to drive but gets it out to point and can't score.
So Ned bowling with a slip, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and a short square leg.
Louis certainly is not looking for anything aggressive at this moment. He's certainly, it seems as though he has put a lot of confidence in his partner at the far end, Durham. And he's defending once more. We have not seen any attempts by Louis to try and pick up quick runs and try to force the ball over the top or anything of that nature, or pick up boundaries for that matter.
Well, I'm sure he has already decided that he's not going to give it away to the youngsters, to the academy players. They're going to have to work extremely hard, to get his wicket, and that's the kind of fight you want to see from players around the region. It's not always about the skill, but sometimes you don't see that fight in them. Wanting to stick it out when conditions are tough, when the pitch sometimes, it takes you out of your comfort zone. And this is where we want to see these players and them gravitating and showing that kind of killer instinct.
While I'll agree with you though, here is an extravagant shot by Durham down to a long leg, and he's out caught on the boundary. He was back and turned the short one into the onside, and it's a geese, I think, stationed down there on the long leg boundary. He just simply waited for that catch.
Yeah, so this ball from Lean pitched on leg stump, making a bit of height off the wicket. But Lean Durham, they was just trying to help it over the boundary there at long leg, not getting the connection at top edge more than anything, and holding out at long leg. So a very disappointment for Daniel Durham. He did show a lot of in his stay at the crease. He did show some stickability, but when it required, he fell for the trap there set by skipper Naim Young. So it was a deliberate ploy by Elaine and his skipper to go into the surface there against Durham, and it did pay rich dividends.
Certainly did, and as you rightly said, Durham falling for the trap. Shot he could very well have stayed away from. It was not the shot that is called for at this point, and who knows? Louis could find himself very well stranded at the non-striker's end.
And again, you can't really blame Jeremiah Louis. I mean, Durham had demonstrated to his partner that he does have the ability, to do the basics right. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, falling to the trap there set by Naim Young and Johan Blaine.
One of the problems we have in the Caribbean, though, is that yes, you batsmen do hang around for a while. Top batsmen do hang around for a while, but I think one of the issues is that they tend not to try and pick up singles and try to rotate the strike, and I think Louis might be guilty of that. He's defending well, but he's not looking to score while he's there, and he's batting with the tail, and whereas I'm not expecting him to be playing any rash shots, I would have thought that he would have been looking to move the scoreboard along a bit more. And he's stuck now with the last man at the crease.
Well, sometimes, the disappointment, you can't hide the disappointment from these players because of the fact that, there are so much things that you could do now in terms of rotation of the strike. One of the things that has come into the game more and more is possibly a change of guard, which gives you the opportunity that if somebody's bowling wicket to wicket, you could possibly get inside the line and play the ball square on either side of the pitch, and it will allow you rotation. So it's something that has to come, into the game more and more at this level.
That's right, and I find that is something that is lacking in our cricket. Just before Durham got out, my thoughts were that no, he's not looking to pick up runs. He's not looking to score.
Just looking to survive.
Just looking to survive. Yes, we know he had trust in Durham's ability to hold up an end, but it's one of the problems with tail enders. They do show promise. They do stick it out for a while, but then the rush of blood comes along, and then they give it away.
Yeah, so they bat 30 balls, score 5 runs, and then they get out.
That's right. That's right. So
when you think that yes, this looks promising, you have to head your head and What just happened?
Yeah, that's right. So, so far Spencer's look good though. He's
But that's-
defending well. He might have gotten a single there. It was pushed into the offside, but Louis has decided that he's going to have the strike from this end.
And rightfully so, because it was a nice flowing off drive that bisected the extra cover. A single was on offer, but having looked from the non-striker's end, Jeremiah Louis, he was not going on this occasion to give that young man Spencer an entire 6 balls to face from this left-arm orthodox spinner.
Yeah, so let's see what's the approach from Louis will be at this point. It's 137 for 9.
Well, immediately we see Naim Young pushing that cover out onto the extra cover boundary. We do have a deep wicket in place. A long on goes into action as well. So 3 guys patrolling the boundary.
In fact, 4. Well, one is about 3/4 way out.
Yeah.
On the cover boundary, but for the first time today we are seeing 4 fielders out on the boundary.
So Naim Young, the skipper of this academy team, is saying to Jeremiah Louis, you can have a single anytime you so wish.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. I'm certain Louis would be looking for boundaries in this over.
But skipper Naim Young will want to try and get him off strike.
Well, in fact, he does not get him off strike, but he gets him out as he plays this one out to mid-wicket in the air for some time. And the catch was taken there by James. And the Leeward Islands innings comes to a close at 137 with Louis going for 45 and Spencer being not out and no score.
So a very easy catch on the deep mid-wicket boundary, bringing this innings to a close here at Warner Park. The Leeward Islands has been bowled out in the second session of the first round of the West Indies 4-day championship.
So it's tea time and we'll be back shortly.
So welcome back and a pleasant good afternoon, of course, afternoon Eastern Caribbean time. We are here at the Warner Park in the beautiful Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. It's day one in the 2024 edition of the CWI 4-Day Championship. And the game before us today at Warner Park, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes coming up against the West Indies Academy. And just on the stroke of the tea interval, the West Indies Academy, who elected to bowl first when they won the toss this morning, effected the bowling out of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for 137. Only Jeremiah Louis with 45, Terrence Ward 28, Jamal Hamilton 22, Karima Gore 15, and Colin Archibald with the 10. The batters getting into double figures. The bowling, 2 wickets apiece for Johan Lane, Naeem Young, and Ashmead Ned, and 3 for 11 for Joshua James, a wicket as well for Joshua Bishop. And now that we're back out after the tea interval, the signal from the umpire upstairs to the scorers and a signal back lets us know that we're ready to get going. Kadeem Allen and Roshan Worrell, the opening batters for the academy.
Well, interestingly, the Leeward Islands Hurricane, they immediately going on the attack. 3 slips and a gully employed. And it would be interesting to see how Jeremiah Louis operates. I would have said earlier on that this pitch would have suited him, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Indeed, Jeremiah Louis, the opening bowler from the media center end, operating with 3 slips and a gully, 2 statuans of gentlemen in that cordon. One Rakim Cornwall at the first slip and Daniel Durham in the gully. And definitely...
Well, only in height, of course. Everyone knows Cornwall.
Yes, definitely. And of course, with the 137 on the board in their first innings, definitely looking for wickets early. The name of the game. This one again, just on a good length, and just going across the left-handed Roshan Worrell, and Jeremiah Louis will be looking to give his captain Rakim Cornwall a good start, much similar to the start that the academy had this morning when Naeem Young picked up those 2 early wickets, and from then on it was pretty much all downhill until that innings of 45 from Jeremiah Louis himself, ensuring that they did get over that 100-run mark. This one on the legs and flicked away into vacant square leg region. So wickets would definitely be the name of the game for the Leewards.
Oh, certainly. And I've been hearing a few bets going around that this game is only going to last 2 days, but we'll have to wait and see.
I am one on the side of cricket, and I want to see this game go 4 days.
Yeah, certainly.
I mean, we've mentioned it throughout the day that this 4-day championship, this one tucked away in the leg side again. The 4-day championship, of course, is a preparation for those players who will go on to play at the highest level, that being test match cricket, which is 5 days. And we would hope that within the championships, of course, 7 rounds of matches, 3 in this month of March, 2 in the month of April, and 2 in the month of 3 in this month of February, 2 in March, and 2 in April, 7 rounds of matches altogether. We would hope that the majority of the games will go the full distance of 4 days.
Yes, certainly. It would only do West Indies cricket some good. Interestingly, one of the slips has been taken out now. There are just 2 slips in the gully.
This one is wide outside that off stump and marginally just inside that wide guideline. By the time it ended up, it almost was in the hands of a first slip. But well taken by Jamal Hamilton, the wicketkeeper for this Leeward Islands team. At the end of this first over, just 3 on the board, 3 without loss. Jamal Hamilton with the number 100 on his back. And you'll get a shot of him just to the top of your picture there. 100 on his back. And I just saw him downstairs. I say, but you did not wear 100 on your back when I saw you for Super 50 in Trinidad.
You did notice the 100 earlier on today when he was batting, and I'm not surprised.
Most definitely, congratulations to him. I mean, that is definitely an accomplishment. 100 first-class matches, and he has been in and around the West Indies cricket like many of the players in this tournament for quite a while. And he himself has had his stints with the West Indies senior men's team. More recent memory, he was the backup wicketkeeper to now standing wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva in that Pakistan series a couple of years ago when Pakistan was here in the Caribbean. And he did get some time out on the field when Joshua De Silva was suffering from dehydration. So the second over of the first innings of the academy.
I was not too impressed with the first over though, the one from Jeremiah Louis. I thought initially he was a bit too much outside the off stump, and then he, on the other end of the spectrum, he found himself a bit too straight towards the end of the over and being tucked into the onside for some runs. So he certainly didn't get it right, and with just 137 runs on the board, this is no time for warm-up deliveries. The Leewards would be looking to become unsung from the word go, but here is Archibald bowling a good line and length, and just on about off stump.
In fact, it's Javier Spencer, his opening bowling partner. It's Javier Spencer from that far end.
Oh, yes, Spencer indeed. He's another lefty.
And he's definitely started a lot better than Jeremiah Louis did. And in and around that corridor, that off-stump line, probably wants to get just a tad straighter and a tad fuller and invite the batters to play. Of course, he has 3 slips waiting. There you go, a little bit fuller, and drawing Roshan Worrell onto his front foot.
Well, so far, Spencer though has shown good control. He has bowled a good line. This one on the stumps, this last delivery, and forcing the batsman to play. Archibald, of course, stands at mid-on. 3 slips a gully, backward point, cover point, mid-off.
And this one is edged.
And dropped.
And the big figure, Jimbo, Rakeem Cornwall, going with one hand. He did well to get down there. The question would be asked when we look at the replay if Jamal Hamilton possibly could have made an attempt at that catch. And yes, I do think that Jamal Hamilton could have gone for that catch. Of course, there is quite a gap, something that I'm not a fan of when I see slips staggered like this, and that gap between the keeper and the first slip.
I'm not too certain if I would agree with you. That seemed to be fairly comfortably just to the right of Cornwall, who went to it, he got a hand to it, and he should have held on.
Definitely by his own standards and by the standards of the man that we know as Rakeem Cornwall, who is a remarkable slip fielder, definitely should have held on. So the first chance goes a-begging. This one is looking to pull. In fact, he ends up flat batting it right back past Javier Spencer all the way down to the covers on the far end in front of the sight screen. And the first boundary of the West Indies Academy innings. A short delivery, and was looking to pull, and in fact just flat batted it almost like a forehand in tennis, a backhand in fact in tennis, just back past the bowler. but 4 welcome runs nonetheless. And this is what you were just talking about, Earl, the fact that as bowlers they don't have the luxury with just 137 on the board on their first innings. They don't have that luxury of bad balls.
Certainly not. And just back to that catch, the thing about that catch is that the ball was edged, and immediately Cornwall went towards the catch. There was no movement from Hamilton, and he got to it, and he should have held it. It was not like there was some distraction between the wicketkeeper and the first slip. And certainly, I felt he should have held on.
Most definitely. So the end of another over, and the Academy replying to the first innings score of 137 by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 7 without loss. And some indifferent bowling, if you will, so far from the Leeward Islands bowlers. But they have a job to do, and they have all but about 2 hours or so before the official close of play on this, the first day. And they would be hoping to make quite some inroads into this West Indies Academy batting lineup.
Well, on the other hand, the Academy would be looking to get a very good start also.
Jeremiah Louis, good ball this time in that corridor outside the off stump. A much better start on this occasion.
Well, he's bowling to a right-hander, so I wonder if he prefers bowling to right-handers. That certainly wasn't much of a start.
And just a hint of just holding the line on the seam as well. So, but quite possibly you might be right. He's more comfortable and in a comfort zone here, bowling to the right-handed Kadeem Allen. This one is a little straighter. And I just worked off the legs by Allen. And if you recall, in the first session, the second session when Allen came on to bowl, I told you he's a strapped lad and he bowls a heavy ball, but he can hit a heavy ball as well.
Oh, yes, he certainly did. But Jeremiah Louis bent on proving me wrong that time, going a bit too straight with that particular delivery and being turned into the onside. And certainly he's not showing good control at the moment, and he would be looking to tighten up.
Well, he's going to change his approach slightly here to the left-hander. In that initial over, he went over the wicket and was cutting the ball across the left-hander. Now he's going around the wicket. And a much better start, definitely, from that initial over he bowled to the left-hander.
Yes, certainly not a bad line, fairly close to the off stump, but well handled there by the batsman, just picking up the line and allowing it through. Good. A bit of cricket shown there by Wall, left-handed opener. His partner, Joseph. Aline, sorry, his partner.
Rashawn Worrell and Kadeem Allen. This one, again, wide outside the off stump. And again, he wants to be, just like his opening partner in Javier Spencer, want to be a little closer to the batters, draw them forward, get them playing at the ball, because you do have those 3 slips and a gully and a fielder at point, all waiting for those outside edges and skewed shots into the offside.
Yes, but that is not bad though, as opposed to bowling on the pads. That's even better. This one is closer to the stumps, so this is much better from Louis.
Yeah, of course, if he gets too straight, there's a wide open acreage between the mid-on fielder and the fine leg fielder. Those are the only 2 fielders on that leg side, and when he gets too straight, as he and his opening bowling partner in Spencer did, just tucked away either by Allen or Worrell into that leg side. This one is a lot better. Straight, good length, drawing the batter forward and bringing to a close another over. And at the end of the over, 8 without loss at the West Indies Academy.
The Academy, of course, would be looking to get a good start here. they, of course, would be looking to prove to everyone that they really belong. In fact, in the 50-over format, they've shown that they do belong. And I'm pretty certain that they would be looking to start with a good showing here at Warner Park and prove to people that they're a team to be reckoned with.
I mentioned to you off the air that I'm a Trinbagonian. I'm Trini. But once I sit in this chair, I'm a cricket commentator, a cricket analyst, so I'm impartial. But if I allow the cricket fan in me to come out, I'll tell you something. I told the guys in Trinidad during the Super 50, I said, I'm backing CCC and the academy.
Okay.
And in the first game, I'll come back to it as the Spencer continues. This one is on a better length, definitely a better line, just a cramping Kadeem Allen up. And I told them, I said, I'm backing the West Indies Academy and CCC to win the Super 50. And lo and behold, came, we had a drought in Trinidad and Tobago. All you had to do was say cricket. And that first day there was rain. And the CCC were actually chasing a total of, if memory serves, just in and around 250, right? And Kadeem Allen and Johan Lane were the opening batters, and they started in a canter. In about 6 or 7 overs, they were already 50 on the board. And then the rains came. And I looked at all the boys in the booth and I said, you see, that's why I'm backing them. So if I allow the cricket fan in me to come out, I definitely, I'm going to back the West Indies Academy to do well in this tournament and possibly even win the tournament.
Well, they've started well. Oh,
the inside edge.
Is it an edge? Umpire remained unmoved at the far end.
Every one of the 11 players are appealing. But the umpire is unmoved.
Well, you say appealing, they were celebrating, some of them.
I stand corrected.
Because that was a sign of confidence there that the edge was taken.
Well, we have the benefit of looking at it again and again and again, as many times as we want. Remember, the umpire is out there and he gets one look. And in his estimation, there was no edge on that delivery. It seemed to me that, I'll tell you something, it was a brilliant delivery, though. It cut him in half. It cut Kadeem Allen in half because he was playing for the ball, angling across him, and the ball cut in between bat and probably just about his torso, his stomach area.
Well, there's a lull in the game.
Just probably a couple of words from Jamal Hamilton to him. That's quite okay, though. It's good, all in good competitive nature. This one a bit straight and just tucked away to the leg side. But definitely a possible chance of going begging here. But even without the umpire giving it as a wicket, he's bowled 4 dot balls. So what Spencer wants to do is definitely close out the over well.
Oh yes, certainly. That is the reason why, though, I love the review system. Although this umpire's call, I do not really like. I mean, how could the same review be out and not out at the same time, depending on what the umpire does?
Well, I mean, I think I've heard a lot of people talk about it, and I think the umpire's call is that leeway, if you will, for human error. I mean, the umpire can't get it exact right, so the technology has to allow for that human aspect of it.
Still don't agree with it, though. It's same thing that could be out could be not out, just depending on which side of the coin the umpire decided to go.
Well, Ben Stokes had his opinion a couple of days ago with the leg before of Zach Crawley in that test match against India.
Well, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? Whether I agree with it or not. And players just have to move on from that, because when it suits them, when it benefits them, they love it. They will tell you something different. So my thing is, you just move on from the game, because, you know, England won a World Cup. In a sort of controversial situation where the ball hit the bat and it ran away to the boundary for 4, right? So you just have to take it when and not just when it suits you as a player. I mean, I know as a pundit I'm free to say what I like. But is that something I totally like? But
yeah, we all do have our opinions on it.
So there's not much you could do about that. And probably I could, while we're on that, as Louis moves away from us, the spirit of the game thing that a lot of people like to talk about. This is something I do not agree with either. There's no such thing as a law which says the spirit of the game. The rules and laws are there, and if a batsman is cheating by backing up and someone decides to run him out, as far as I'm concerned, where should the spirit of the game come in there? Right? So players like to use situations to their benefit, but once the laws are there, I mean, we just have to go along with the laws.
Yeah, so into another Jeremiah Louis over, and the West Indies Academy 8 without loss. Just early days in their first innings, just 4.5 overs in, and we have just probably about 30 overs or so to go in the day's play again. And
the board says another 32 overs remaining, but is that really correct? I would suspect that there would have been some sort of deduction.
Well, in fact, when we started late, that's the first thing. We started at 10:30, and then of course when the innings break was the tea interval. So probably not going to lose out overs in the session per se, because
But are we going to have 90 overs for the full day's play?
Possibly not.
No. So that is what I'm basing my argument on. According to the board, we have had some 58 overs bowled in the day so far, another 32 remaining. So I'm just wondering if that is correct. That 32 and 58 of course
that's the
90.
That's the 90, and that's the question. When we get down to that official cutoff time of just about 5:30, we will probably still have overs to bowl in the day, but nonetheless, there's a beautiful delivery, a Yorker length, but just a little bit too much down the leg side from Jeremiah Louis, and well handled by Worrell, just bringing the bat down, dabbing it, almost that shot made famous by the England all-rounder, the England woman all-rounder Nat Siver, the shot called the Nutmeg.
Nutmeg, yes.
It brings him 4 valuable runs.
Probably too good a delivery, and he paid the price.
So the end of another over, and the West Indies Academy move on to 12 without loss. But definitely a well-executed Yorker, just a fraction offline, and well dealt with. But no matter how many overs in the day's play, what the Academy will want to do is really not lose any wickets if possible, and definitely keep the scoreboard moving along and make as much inroads into this first innings score of the Leewards, get as close as possible. You can't. I don't think you can overtake the 137 in the hour and a half plays remaining, but you can definitely make some inroads into it.
What I could tell you though is that the Academy, I wouldn't want to get too bogged down at this stage. They would want to keep the scoreboard turning over. And
Speaking about turning over, this one's pulled off the hip. But there is a fielder at long leg who's going to come around. And that fielding, wonderful fielding by that long leg fielder, restricts them to just that one run.
because, of course, every run scored by the academy is putting pressure on the Leeward Islands team, especially if they are not able to pick up wickets. So the academy would not want to find themselves in a position where the Leeward Island bowlers are just bowling at them and dictating to them, even though they might not be losing wickets. So the emphasis here would be to keep the scoreboard moving along, whether it's in ones or twos or boundaries. They of course do not have to do anything extravagant, but I'm just being hopeful because our cricket in the Caribbean has left a lot to be desired in terms of picking up singles, rotating the strike. I mean, we saw a bit of that today from the Leeward Islands. And they eventually crawled to 137. But Spencer is bowling well. That's a good delivery. Just leaving the left-handed Warrell and taking behind.
Yeah, of course, we mentioned it earlier in the day as well. It is the name of the game is getting runs, but deliveries like this will make it difficult for them. Deliveries on a good line, good length, and challenging the batters. Of course, insofar as keeping the scoreboard moving. Some of these young West Indies academy players as well may have in the back of their mind even personal milestones, looking at possibly getting a first-class 50 or a first-class 100. And the academy possibly here can bat once and push for a result in the game.
Yeah, oh, yes, certainly. And they would be thinking in terms of posting a huge total. And as you rightly alluded to, maybe batting once. 137 is a very small score. And
this one outside edge found, but all along the ground and in between that third slip and gully, and they're going to cross for a couple of runs. Not enough venom in the shot, more of an outside edge, as I said. Just trickled down to that third man boundary. End of another over, 15 without loss. And no wickets in those wickets columns just yet for Spencer and Louis. And
one got the impression, though, that for that last delivery, the batsman was more defending rather than looking to score. And it peeled off the outer portion of the bat and ran down to third man, where he was able to pick up 2 runs. But he kept it all along the ground. And it's a fairly good start for the academy batsmen. And there's a lot of time left in the days still, so they could find themselves pretty close to the Leeward Islands total.
This one is driven, but only to the man at mid-off.
Spencer.
But you can see the intention is there. Anytime the ball is foolish in nature or straying on their legs, you can see the intention there to get those runs under their belt from Allen and Worrell. There you go, looking for that shot over the leg side, one angling into him, and clean, bold, good foolish delivery from Jeremiah Louis.
No, that is poor cricket there from the young man. Playing across the line, a delivery which was well lined, just on about off stump and moving into the right-handed Alim. And he was swinging across the line of that, looking to hoik that into the onside, missed it completely. and he was bold, and that is very poor cricket indeed, a very poor shot, and that is like opening the floodgates for the Leeward Islands. But I suspect that it looks like Joseph going out, but I suspect the academy would be looking to close back that floodgate and prevent Leewards from making further inroads.
Conversely, one of the first, to my memory, straight deliveries are from Jeremiah Louis. Probably the first time in his spell, albeit just 3.2 overs so far, he's actually attacked the stumps, and he's drawn that forward shot out of Kadeem Allen, and he's prized out the first wicket. So 15 for 1, the West Indies Academy, and Mbiki Joseph indeed it will be, the brother of West Indies Women's International Janaba Joseph, and he himself is quite the attacking player on occasions, is Mbiki. And that game awareness you spoke about earlier in the day is definitely going to come into the fore. And while Mbiki takes his guard, just to bring you up to date, Jamaica Scorpions have actually been bowled out for 159 up there at Sabina Park. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes reply just getting on the way. They are 5 without loss. And Trinidad and Tobago have actually moved on to 206 for 4. I'll give you the individual scores in a moment. This one is driven and straight into the hands of the fielder at third slip, is it?
Looks like Kofi James. The batsman is saying that it bounced.
Well, we have the benefit of seeing it again. Well, everybody, this is this time it's celebratory. This is not an appeal. And it just seemed...
I'll have to see that again.
Yeah, to my eye, I'm not going to make the call. I don't want to be in the shoes of umpire Crawford or Ramdani.
It's very difficult to tell. It's quite possible that he might have played it into the ground, but
I can't make a call, and I'm not going to make a call. So we're going to go with what the umpires have said. And umpire Ramdani and umpire Crawford has said it's not out. So Mbiki Joseph lives to fight another day. I wonder what our director thinks of that one. He agrees with the umpires. So we will go with our director, and we'll agree with the umpires as well. Of course, the umpires are in the best position.
Yeah, it was not a straightforward, but I guess the umpires saw it quite well.
This one just plays out nicely into the leg side. And just to run through that scorecard for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 208 for 4. Vikash Mohan has returned to bat. He's on 15. Cephas Cooper 8, Jid Guli 3. 98 not out is Jason Mohammed. 27 from Amir Jangu. And 50 for Tion Webster, the last wicket to fall. Tion Webster for 50 before Vikash Mohan returning to bat. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting just about 75 overs out of their first day of play so far. And the wickets, Ronsford beaten with a 2 for 39. And 2 wickets for 42 from Versami Purmall. This one driven, but straight back to the bowler. So nicely poised that one between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. The Red Force and the Harpy Eagles right up the road here from us, about 5 minutes away.
Depending on whether you're driving or walking.
What would it be walking, though?
Well, it's within walking this.
Half an hour from here to
I don't think it would be
to Connery.
as much as half an hour.
We take about 3 or 4 minutes driving. It can't be that much.
It would be less than half an hour walking. Maybe depending on how fast you walk, 15, 20 minutes, if that much.
I know it's 2 minutes from the airport. That much I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe less. Walking, 2 minutes here, it's very close.
That much I'm sure of. This one down the leg side as we go into another over here from Javier Spencer. And he is no wickets just yet for 7 runs in his initial 3 overs. And as I mentioned, Jamaica at Sabina Park being bowled out for 159. They only batted 41 overs. And
very similar score to what Leeward posted today.
I'll give you a rundown of their scorecard. Jermaine Blackwood 14, Chadwick Walton 4, and Kruma Bonner 1. Come back to it. This one edged and just short of is it Daniel Durham there at third slip. So creating some opportunities here are the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, just short. And Daniel Durham had quite a way to go. He's quite the tall lad. And Kruma Bonner 1, Abijay Mansing 16, Carlos Brown 8, Pete Solomon 26, Romaine Morris 35, Gordon Bryan 17, Kirk McKenzie 10, Duval Green 5, and Makino Minley 13. The wickets for the Windwards. A 5-wicket haul for Ryan John. So the first 5-wicket haul of the first fifer of the 2024 4-day championship goes to Ryan John, 5 for 43 in 13 overs. Shamar Springer with 3 for 53 in 10 overs. Shimon Lewis 1 for 30 and a none for 27 from Darius Martin. So the Volcanoes putting the home team, the Jamaica Scorpions, under quite the bit of pressure. They are now 10 without loss in their reply on first innings. The opening batters, Kimani Milius and Ryan John.
Interesting though, you said Jason Mohammed is 98 not out at Connery. I know last year Darren Gang had a lot to say about the age of the Trinidad and Tobago cricket team.
Driven.
And one of the reasons he gave was that a lot of these players cannot make it onto the West Indies team. But that could be said of a lot of young players in other teams also, even in the Trinidad team. But nevertheless, the Ulsters prevailed for Trinidad and Tobago last year. And they were able to.
Well, you mentioned it earlier in the day that it's nice to see the young ones, but there's nothing that can beat experience. And at the end of the day, my opinion on that is let someone come and perform. This one edged again. And straight to Daniel Durham again, squaring him up. As we come to the end of another over, 15 for 1, the West Indies Academy. My opinion of that is let someone come and perform better than Jason Mohammed, because he's been, as we get a chance to see that outside edge of the last delivery of the last over, falling just short again, squared up, and just short again of Daniel Durham, third slip. Let someone come and score the kind of runs that Jason Mohammed continuously scores. He's been consistent in all formats for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And until somebody comes and does that, and of course Jason can turn his arm over as well. He has a bowler and he picks up wickets, and he's a magnificent fielder. So at the end of the day, let someone come and outperform him.
I certainly agree with you on that.
And it's the same thing with we were talking about it earlier in the day with the competition for that fast bowling spot in the West Indies test setup right now. I just saw Chairman of Selectors Desmond Haynes. He's here at Warner Park, and I was whispering to him. I said, "Your boy is looking fully fit now." Telling him about Jaden Seals, and he said,
why didn't you say my boy?"
well, that's the thing. I told him. I said, "Your boy is looking good. He's looking fully fit." He said he should now be inspired by Joseph.
Okay.
And I said, most definitely, and that's a good problem to have,
That's
as I said earlier in the day. So now you mentioned it, that Jaden is going to know in the back of his mind, hey, my pick is not sure anymore. I have to outperform all the other fast bowlers in the Caribbean. And then when I get on that international stage, I have to continue to perform at the highest level.
So the player then could only get better, they could only benefit by being challenged to do better than someone. So, it's a good thing. It's a good thing for the players.
Most definitely it is. Wild waft outside that off stump. And Mbiki Joseph, again, I mentioned when he came to the crease that he is attacking by nature, but that two-word phrase of game awareness that Earl has mentioned time and time again today definitely has to come to the fore. This one is driven nicely, a bit upishly, but is gonna go past really quickly across this lightning quick outfield, past that mid-off fielder, and 4 runs to Mbiki Joseph.
Very good shot indeed. You said upishly, but it was in the open space, and he timed it well. He didn't try to beat the cover off the ball. He just came forward and eased it into the offside for very well earned 4. Good shot indeed.
Yeah, Karima Go it is at mid-off, and he had no chance. He was all but a bystander, almost like a spectator, just going to retrieve the ball.
It's in fact Archibald.
Oh, indeed it is.
Well, his father's my very good friend, so I would know him. Archibald, of course, coming out of Nevis. And his father, we are from the same village, essentially. Colin, of course, coming from the Brownhill area that has produced quite a number of top cricketers for Nevis.
This one rocked on the pad. Appeal from some of the Leeward Islands players. Nothing from the bowler himself. That one straying down the leg side brings us to the end of another over. And the Academy have moved on to 19 for 1, with Roshan Worrell still there on 13 from 31. And Mbiki Joseph just getting into his work, 4 from 10.
Yeah, so they have lost the 1 wicket so far, but 19 runs, and these two, they are looking to build a partnership here for the West Indies Academy. And it seems as though Henry will continue from the far end, so obviously Cornwall is prepared to persist with his fast ball, his opening bowlers for a bit. And it would be interesting to see what his first bowling change would be, whether he would go to Archibald or whether he would bring a spinner into the attack. Of course, there's Durham himself.
So both of them side by side, just downstairs from us during the tea interval, warming up their arm. And it would definitely be interesting. I think he may very well go to one of his spinners.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. As Spencer is in his 5th over.
This one looking to drive again is Worrell, but only finding the fielder. Looks to be Michael Louis at a backward point.
You know, Gerard, they always say never judge a book by its cover. And when I saw that track this morning, I thought it would have played a lot worse, but it has played pretty well in my reckoning. And I don't think it's a 137 pitch.
Well, they always say we can judge it only when the two teams have batted. This one tucked down to that fielder in the backward point region again.
Of course, the academy would have had the benefit of some early lateral movement.
But I tend to agree with you, though. I thought that possibly the Leeward Islands Hurricanes could have been a bit more circumspect, if you will, in their batting approach. And again, almost like a broken record, that phrase you've mentioned, this one just outside the off stump, just past that outside edge. Perfect delivery, if you will, from an opening bowler.
How often have you seen in the Caribbean two left-arm seam bowlers in the same side?
Not very often.
I can't think of any at the moment, but the Leeward Islands, they do have the benefit of having two left-arm seamers, Archibald, who is at mid-on, and Henry, who is operating from the far end.
This one hitting the bat hard and really honing in on that almost perfect line and length that you want as part of your opening spell. Just to go back to it, I thought that the Leeward Islands could have probably been a little more circumspect in their approach, and they probably could have found themselves even crossing 200. And to your point, the surface, the pitch has played pretty well. Just past the outside edge again. Yes, you would have gotten that early morning movement, the fresh pitch that would have been under the covers, a tad bit of moisture. The atmosphere was a bit heavy this morning. It's still quite overcast. So you would have gotten a bit of that lateral movement. But again, that game awareness that we've spoken about time and time again, as we see Spencer just beat that outside edge once again to end the over. And 10 overs of the first innings of the West Indies Academy now in the bag, and they are 19 for 1. And by that given run rate, it tells you that the pitch is playing well. There's still something in it for the bowlers.
Well, it has dropped to 1.9 runs per over. At one point, it was well over 2 runs per over. We might be seeing the first bowling change, and it looks like Archibald is having a change of socks, or an additional sock being put on the right foot, probably the boot a bit too loose, and he is going to pick up the attack from the media center end, the Paul Southwell media center end. Of course, we are at the northern side of the ground. In front of us, just to the far, is the southern, and to our left is the eastern side, and to our right, the western side of the ground. Just getting you familiar with the coordinates, Gerard. So.
Yes, I think I've gotten them because I did see. There was a pull shot in the Leeward's innings, and I did see it to the western end of the ground.
Okay.
So I think I did get it right.
You certainly need to go to the top of the class. What is Warner Park, of course, a very historic ground. Has been used for cricket for decades as Archibald moves away.
And this one is edged. And again, just in front of those slips. And one of the things, though, that Joseph is doing well is at least he's not throwing his hands at it. And he's playing with soft hands. Because had he been playing the shot and playing through the ball, it may have definitely gotten to the slips.
Yes,
but
sir, certainly you could see an attempt there to play with soft hands. And in the end, he kept it down when it dropped just in front of the slips.
By my count, that is about the fifth chance or opportunity created. Searching for that same delivery is Archibald, this time just dragging it a bit wider. And Joseph is watchful.
But Leeward Islands looking for their second breakthrough here today, having just scored some 137 runs. And the academy looking to rebuild after losing just the one wicket. Joseph is defending well and gets it into the cover region.
It is definitely good to see Joseph batting as well. If you recall, he did cop that lash on his hand, fielding at Silly Point. And I don't remember who was batting at the moment, but it was what you would term a full-blooded cut shot.
It might have been Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, and it was a... And as I'm looking, our director told me he wants an update from the Trinidad and Tobago game. Trinidad and Tobago versus Ghana. This one is driven and through just in front of point, and it's not going to get there, just holding up about 2 or 3 meters in front of the rope, and a couple of runs added to the total though, and in fact they complete 3. So Joseph keeps the scoreboard ticking. A nice looking shot.
Yes, a nice looking shot, just easing it into the cover region. And of course that area of the field is sparsely grassed. The ball traveled quickly towards the boundary. And Joseph picking up a good looking 3 runs.
And just before that shot, our director was asking me for an update. And we've had the first 5 in the tournament, Ryan John, up there at Sabina Park. We now have the first 100 of the 2024 season, lifting delivery into the gloves of Hamilton. We now have the first 100 of the 2024 4-day championship, and it goes against the name of one Jason Shadow Mohammed. He's on 100 not out from 228 deliveries. He's hit 11 fours, and that tells you he spent some time well at the crease. And I'll give you something here. As I was looking back for the score is now 211 for 4. I saw the match info. I'll give you one guess who's one of the umpires across there in Connery.
Carl Tuckett.
Yeah, there you go. We've been speaking about his son for the entire morning, and I just saw that he is actually at Connery, one of the on-field umpires up there. The end of another over. The West Indies Academy 22 for 1, and again they're looking to overtake on first innings that 137 that they bowled the Leeward Islands out for. And as the groundsmen come on, and our 4th official, another Joseph, Bernard Joseph, makes his way onto the field. It is the drinks interval, so we'll take a short break, and when we get back, the final hour of play on the first day. As we welcome you back here to Warner Park in the beautiful Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Quite the interesting conversation during the drinks interval. And here we go. The first signs of spin for the afternoon. First signs of spin in the Leeward Islands bowling attack. And it is the captain himself, Jimbo, as he's fondly called in these parts, Rakeem Cornwall. Not quite ready is Mbiki Joseph, and a little bit of a glare from Rakeem Cornwall. I don't think you want to get into a tussle with that giant of a man.
Yes, interesting though, with the two left-handers at the crease, he's opted to bring himself on, as opposed to bringing on the left-arm spinner, Durham. You know, over the years there's been talks of matchups, but I'll get back to that in a minute. But I'm not too strong a believer in matchups, because I think if you are a bowler, if you're good enough, you should be able to get out any batsman, whether it's a left-hander or right-hander. I mean, let's assume you were a right-arm off spinner and there were only right-handers in the opposition batting. So what is the captain going to do? Leave you out of the team or not bowl you at all? And if you bearing in mind that you might be one of the better bowlers in the side.
My gosh, as just a couple of runs added to the total here. Keeping the scoreboard ticking is Mbiki Joseph and Roshan Worrell, but not without fraught with danger. And the ball skewing high into the air in that third region. And I'll come back to it. Well defended by Joseph. And I fully agree with you. I am one that I don't believe in that matchup thing that they talk about at all. You mentioned Gudakesh Moti earlier in the day. He's a left-arm orthodox bowler. This one struck powerfully straight down the ground over mid-on, in fact, and over the ropes. 4 welcome runs to Mbiki Joseph. Getting a bit too full on this occasion is the captain, Rakeem Cornwall.
Yes, and a good shot too. Well played there. Force mid-on was up, so he had no difficulty in getting it over mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. A very good shot indeed by Joseph.
I just want to go back as we talk about the matchups, and I guess I understand the concept of it and the theory and the thought behind it, but it's like someone mentioned to me recently, if you're a batter and you're a good batter, you can play in all formats. It doesn't matter the format, you're a batter, so you can bat in any format: test match cricket, T10, T20, whatever it might be.
I think I might have mentioned earlier the fact that some of the best white ball players are those who would have done well in the 40 game or test level. Yeah,
exactly, and the same for me with the matchup thing that we were talking about. If you're a bowler, you're a bowler. You can, and I always love to use the example of the TKR setup, the Trinbago Knight Riders setup. They have had for many a year Carrie Pear and Akil Hussain, who are essentially 2 of the exact same bowler. And the pair of them have been able to wreak havoc against so many of the other franchises around the CPL. And even now, you mentioned Moti being one of the premier spinners in the Caribbean. Akil Hussain is also, to me, the best spinner in the Caribbean, given that he doesn't play as much red ball cricket as he should probably be playing. But recently, the West Indies finally played the pair of them together, and I think it was against England, and they were able to wreak havoc against the English batting. And we can look at their records and we can see that Akil Hussain and Gudakesh Moti, this one pulled and just in front of that fielder at the mid-on. Can't beat him. There's an acreage of space and a wide open boundary behind that fielder. Louis it is. If you look at their records, you can see that there are numerous occasions that Gudakesh Muti and Akil Hussain have gotten left-handed batters out.
Oh yes, certainly. And of course, the first Leeward Islander to get into the West Indies team, El Camino Willett, he was a left-arm spinner and he bamboozled all batsmen, not only in the Leewards but also in the Caribbean. He did very well against left and right-handed batsmen. I'm not one who really subscribe to this matchup theory. But, you know, the game has become so commercialized that, you know, they find all sorts of things to inject into the game. You know, and, you know, sometimes you wonder if they're trying to make it difficult for some people to figure out.
Here is Colin Archibald running away from us. And again, looking for that drive. And there's celebrations. And finally, umpire Crawford's finger goes up. I think umpire Crawford was waiting for the batter to walk because it's almost like he's shaking his head, yeah. And he's like, why aren't you walking? But again, that delivery, that perfect delivery, if you will, getting the batter driving at it and straight into the waiting hands of Jama Hamilton.
I don't know if the batsman was disgusted with the fact that he had played at the delivery outside the off stump, but he looked away. He looked towards square leg, and he took a very long time to bring his head back around to look at the umpire. And the umpire Crawford waited quite patiently. And when the batsman eventually looked at him, the finger went up. So Lee was picking up the second wicket and doing well.
Yeah, indeed. And they have gone on now with that second wicket to restrict the academy now to 28 for 2. Just inside the 13th over of the innings, and probably just about a little less than 15 overs for the day, maybe bowled. Given that we have a couple of spinners, well, one spinner so far in Rakim Cornwall operating from the other end. We're going to wait to see how many more overs in the day's play we have. But definitely, this is what Rakim Cornwall and the Leewards would have wanted, knowing that you had an entire session to get into the batting lineup of the academy. And indeed, those are 2 wickets, probably not as early as the 2 wickets that Naeem Young would have picked up this morning when the academy bowled. But nonetheless, there are 2 wickets in the bag for the Leewards. And the academy is still trailing by just over 100 runs.
109 to be exact.
Indeed.
And of course, Naeem Young would have picked up the 2 wickets in his first over and the second over of the day.
Indeed.
But 28 for 2, going after 137 is still not a bad position for the academy to be in.
And with the fall of that second wicket, former West Indies under 19 player Aki Mogist comes to the middle. And he's faced that one delivery at the end of the Archibald over. He's now walking to the non-strikers end. And himself and Mbiki Joseph will probably have had that conversation to say, listen, we have just about an hour to go. Let's see our team home to the end of the first day's play, and then we reset tomorrow. Rakim Cornwall is going to continue from that southern end.
I'm pretty certain too that we would see Durham into the attack before the end of the day's play, and Archibald has just picked up a wicket, so we do expect that Cornwall would continue with him for another couple of overs, and they would be hoping that at least they will pick up another wicket or two before the end of the day's play, thus bringing things back into balance.
Driven by Mbiki Joseph and half of a stop at extra cover. It looks like the pair of the Louis brothers are doing some work out there. And just a couple of runs added to the total.
But Cornwall would be hoping, he himself would be looking to pick up some wickets here. But the young man Joseph has looked good so far, and he has been selective. Although he has had one or two misses, nevertheless, this one is in the air and the four.
Yeah,
not too long on.
Yeah, that man you mentioned, Daniel Durham, is well past him before he could get across from mid-on. And hands on hips, the teapot, as they call it.
He's on his knees right now. He has to go under the scoreboard to retrieve that one. In fact, yes, he has retrieved it. But for a tall man to get down on his knees, that's not an easy thing to do.
But going back to as you was mentioning, the Leewards are looking to pry out those wickets. Should they have the academy, let's say 4 or 5 down, a beautiful delivery from Rakim Cornwall, just getting that extra bounce that we have become so accustomed to seeing from the big rack, Jimbo, as he's called, and the end of his over. And the score moving on to 34 for 2. But within the next 45 minutes or so, we can see possibly the academy with 5 wickets down. The Leewards would definitely take that any given day.
Kofi James seems to be coming into the attack now. Kofi James has been one of the leading wicket takers for the Leeward Islands over the last couple seasons, and he's been brought into the attack right now. In fact, in the 4-day matches last year, he would have only picked up just some 6 wickets. I think he would have done a lot better in the list day games. But for the first time today, we are seeing...
In fact, it's actually Terence Ward.
Yes, it's Ward, in fact.
It's in fact Terence Ward. And this one is a bit short and pulled away through mid-wicket. And a boundary to Akim Ogis to get his account underway. Not a good start from Terence Ward.
I'm not too sure that I agree with this move. Terence Ward is not very much an attacking bowler. I would have gone with my best bowler, Durham, if I'm opting to bring a spinner into the attack, or even Kofi James, who has been successful as an off spinner for the Leeward Islands, but Cornwall knows it best, and he's opted to go with Terence Ward. Terence Ward is a very steady bowler. Good line and length, he keeps it tight, but not the type of bowler who is going to run through a side, who's going to whip the wickets out. But we were proven wrong all year. Well, I was proven wrong all year. I could be proven wrong again.
Yeah, we were proven wrong this morning with Joshua Bishop. We may well yet be proven wrong again. This one punched it to the leg side, looking for a quick single. And indeed, a quick single it is. And I think maybe, just maybe, that discussion we were just having about matchups, maybe that's in the back of the mind of Rakim Cornwall. You got left-handers at the crease, and he doesn't want to bowl his left-arm spinner. But at the end of the day, he was the top, one of the top bowlers for you, definitely the top spinner for you in the recently concluded Super 50 tournament.
He's very tall. there's some bounce there. We have seen some bounce. We saw Cornwall getting some bounce. So, you know, an over 2 is not going to hurt if he's not really effective. You know, you could easily move him out of the attack. Archibald had just picked up a wicket though, and he removed him from the attack immediately.
That was the other side of the coin I was just about to mention to you. The fact that Archibald is the one who's picked up a wicket, and he's out of the attack, and probably similar to this morning when we were talking about Naeem Young's choice. At that time, Joshua James had just taken a wicket, and he chose to go with his spinner at that time. But that's the duality of life, the duality of this beautiful sport, and we may never know.
What I could tell you though is that sometimes the Leeward Islands they tend to do some strange things, and this is one of the strange things. I don't want to say what I'm really thinking at the moment, but they do have a tendency of doing some strange things. He's a bowler who just picked up a wicket, and unless of course it's a question of the atmospheric condition, the light out there, where he, in order to get more overs in, he has to bowl a spinner. But then, of course, you go to your better spinner in Durham.
And I think we're going to sit up here and talk about it and go back and forth, and then Terence Ward is going to come and take 3 wickets.
Well, I'll be surprised, but that can happen.
So 39 for 2, just into the 16th over. Of course, still day 2, 3, and 4 in this 4-day encounter to go. This one driven in the air over the fielder at mid-on. Daniel Durham it is? Yes, it is. Durham himself who has to do the chasing. And
well, the retrieving. God, that was struck well, and it landed well beyond Durham and raced away into the boundary for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, definitely a beautiful shot from Akeem Ogist. Just bringing that front foot forward and playing through the line of the ball.
And here again, we are speaking of matchup. Agist has been able to pick up 2 boundaries from both off spinners, one from Ward and now one from Cornwall. And he looks to be in absolutely no trouble at all.
And he does definitely have a good head on his shoulders, as the saying goes, does Akeem Ogist. And still yet to really go on to that next level is Ogist, but you can see by shots like those, full of potential is Akeem Ogist, and well aware of his own game. And 43 for 2. The West Indies Academy.
Keys, of course, seems to be the type of batsman who's not going to die wandering. He's prepared to go for his shots. Looks like an attacking player, a very aggressive player.
He is, but one of the things you'll notice through his innings as well, he may be attacking, but he is going to play the ball on merit more often than not. Because even in attempting that cut shot, the 2 deliveries before, as a Ward continues from the commentary booth end, the 2 deliveries before that attempted cut shot, he played defensively because the ball wasn't there. So he is generally that type of player that will play the ball on its merit, is Akeem Ogist. But it's Mbiki Joseph now who just tucks into the offside, and in fact, he brings Akeem Ogist on to strike by that single, keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
Yes, and the lead dwindling by the minute, 44 for 2. Another 93 runs needed to get past that first innings total. Here we see he's picking up the line and allowing it through to Hamilton behind. So this has been a good response here by the mix up here and fusion. Start, stop, Akis was coming for the single. Joseph was coming. They stopped about midway in the wicket, and in the end eventually decided to go for the single, as this one was played out to mid-wicket by Akis, and now they're having some words with each other in the middle. But
I think it is going to be time for Daniel Durham at some point, because the ball is following him, because it's straight to Daniel Durham that ball went, and there was a bit of confusion. As you said, they met at mid-pitch and shook hands. And this one a full toss, and it's swung away well over mid-wicket in a vacant space. A couple of bounces into the boundary, just down in front of the groundsman's shed. On the eastern end of the ground.
Yes, the eastern end of the ground. You have it right. And, this is what I'm speaking about. Here is Ward coming into the attack and giving away runs. More runs.
Yeah, cut away. And has he hit it well enough? You betcha he's hit it well enough. He definitely hit it well enough, did Mbiki Joseph. But again, Terence Ward too short and too wide, and allowing Joseph just to rock back and cut wherever he wants. And he found that gap between the cover fielder and the backward point fielder. In fact, he cleared them, and into the boundary it went.
There are many times over the past few years that I've not been too impressed with the captaincy of Raheem Cornwall, but that's another story.
And that boundary by Joseph at the end of the last over, bringing up the 50 for the West Indies Academy. They are now 53 for 2.
That is coming from 17 overs. And they managed to put that scoring rate over 3 as Cornwall continues.
And when you think about the red ball format, a run rate of 3 to the over is generally par for most international games, saving apart, of course, a baseball. But generally, most teams generally would score in and around 3 to 4 runs to the over. Still early days in their innings, as this one is driven quite easily by Hakim Ogis. Easy like Sunday morning, as the song goes.
Oh yes, and certainly the tempo has picked up, and at this rate the academy could very well be well past the paltry 137 scored by the Leewards before the end of the day. But this is not very good captaincy.
And this is another aspect of Hakim Ogis that I quite love, the fact that he's so easy on the eyes. So we're back live. One played down to the mid-on region. And easy single. But Hakim Ogis, when you look at him, he's very technically sound, high elbow, playing through the line of the ball on most occasions. I mentioned playing ball on merit, as Joseph whips this one down to wide mid-on, and they'll pick up a couple of runs and keeping that scoreboard ticking over. But so easy on the eyes is Hakim Ogis.
The West Indies Academy batsmen, they seem to be enjoying themselves out there, and perhaps realizing that happy hours come, and they're scoring rather freely. And Cornwall certainly would have to do something about this at this moment, or this game is going to run away from the Leeward Islands very quickly. And we'll just wait and see if he brings Ward back into the attack. But the pressure, though, has been lifted from the West Indies Academy batsmen. They're now 60 for 2. And they have settled in nicely. Joseph is on 30. Agist is on 15. And certainly these batsmen are doing very well. Now we see the umpires having a word with Archibald. It seemed as though he was going to be... No, in fact, the batsman is waiting on his helmet, so they call for the ball in the meantime. But it seems as though Archibald
Gamasa kawan. So, unfortunately, as you can see there, the players have left the playing surface, the playing arena, and umpires are Ramdani, Crawford, and Joseph are out in the middle. And that's because we have had an abrupt end to play today on the first day of this first match. And the play has been called because of the deteriorating light. And what that then means is that day 2 in this encounter will get started at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time. That's 9:30 a.m. Tomorrow, day 2. And It is expected that possibly day 3 may start a bit earlier as well, because remember we started today a little bit late, about half an hour late, and then we're losing overs here now because of bad light.
Well, if there's a day 3, of course, some folks think that we might not go into a day 3, but we are hoping that the game goes that far, even into a day 4, because the more cricket our players play, of course, it's to the betterment of their game, the development of their game. So we are hoping that we get as much cricket as possible. And of course, the covers are coming on at the moment, and I suspect that in a short while the pitch will be covered. But the weather conditions, looking out, appears to be changing slightly. But we're hoping that tomorrow we get a prompt start. But 60 for 2 in reply to 137 made by the Leewards. And I would quite easily say that the day's play belonged quite easily to the West Indies Academy. They certainly have got the better of the cricket today. They have played the better cricket today. They dismissed the Leewards for 137, and we have seen a good, strong response. We have seen Cornwall and Terence who have been struck about by Joseph and Agist. And I think, though, that Cornwall would have, towards the end, he would have handled his bowlers quite inefficiently. In fact, as a matter of fact, he took Archibald off after he had picked up a wicket. And right after that, we saw him bringing on the spinners, and then immediately play was called off. And that was the end of the day's play.
So in the final analysis on day 1 of the 2024 season of the CWI 4-day championship, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes being inserted to bat by the West Indies Academy, 137 all out in 54.2 overs. The Academy 60 for 2 after 18 overs. The play ended.